Snuggle down and get ready. Here we go. Fairy tales. There was once a miller who was very poor, but had a beautiful daughter. Now it happened that he had an occasion to speak with the king, and in order to appear in person of some consequence, he told him that he had a daughter who could spin straw into gold. Now that's an art worth having, said the king to the miller. If your daughter is as skilled as you say, bring her here tomorrow to my palace, and I will put her to the test. When the girl was brought to him, he led her into a room which was full of straw, and giving her a spinning wheel and a spindle, he said, Now set to work, and if by tomorrow morning early you've not spun this straw into gold, you shall die. Then he locked the door himself and left her alone in the room. The poor miller's daughter sat there, and from the life of her could not think of what to do. She had not the least idea how to turn straw into gold, and she became more and more unhappy, till at last she began to cry. Then, all at once, the door opened, and in came a tiny man, and he said to her, Good evening, Mistress Miller. Why are you crying so bitterly? Alas, answered the girl, I have to spin straw into gold, and I do not know how to do it. What will you give me, said the little man, if I spin it for you? My necklace, said the girl. The little man took the necklace, seated himself before the spinning wheel, and whirl, 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 the wheel went round 3 times, and the reel was full of gold. Then he put on more straw, and whirr, 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 the wheel went round 3 times, and the reel was full a second time, and so it went. When all the straw was spun and the reels were full of gold, at sunrise the king came to the room, and when he saw the gold, he was astonished and delighted, but his heart was only greedy for more. He had the miller's daughter taken to still a larger room full of straw, and commanded her to spin that too in one night if she valued her life. The girl did not know what to do and began to cry. Then the door opened as before, and the little man appeared and said, What will you give me if I spin the straw into gold for you? I will give you the ring from my finger, answered the girl. The little man took the ring and began to turn the wheel round with a whirr again, and by morning had spun all the straw into glittering gold. The king was pleased beyond measure at the sight, but still he had not enough gold. He had the miller's daughter taken to a still larger room filled with straw, and said, You must spin this too in the course of the night. But if all this straw is spun into gold by morning, you shall be my wife. Even though she's only a miller's daughter, he thought to himself, I could not find a richer wife anywhere in the world. When the girl was alone, the little man came a 3rd time and said, What will you give me if I spin the straw for you this once more? I have nothing more I can give, answered the girl. Then promise me when you're queen to give me your first child. Who knows what may happen before that, thought the miller's daughter. And besides, she knew no way to help herself out of this difficulty. So she promised the man what he asked. And for that he soon spun the straw into gold once more. When the king came in the morning and found everything as he had wished, he took her in marriage, and the miller's beautiful daughter became queen. A year later, she had a beautiful child, and she never gave thought to the little man. But all of a sudden, one day, he walked into her room and said, "Now, give me what you promised." The queen was terrified and offered the little man all the treasures of the kingdom if he would only leave her child. But the little man said, "No, sometimes living is dearer to me than all the treasures in the world." Then the queen began to mourn and weep so bitterly that the little man was sorry for her and said, "I will give you 3 days, and if in that time you can guess my name, you shall keep your child." Then the queen lay awake till morning, thinking over all the names she had ever heard, and she sent a messenger over the country to inquire far and near any other names there might be. When the little man came the next day, she began with Casper, Melancholy, Belzebub, and repeated all the names she knew. But at each one, the little man said, "No, that's not my name." The next day, she sent to inquire the names of all the people in the neighborhood and had a long list of the most uncommon and extraordinary names for the little man when he came. "Is your name Short Ribs, perhaps, or Sheepshanks, or Spindle Legs?" But he always replied, "No, that is not my name." The third day, the messenger returned and reported, "I have not been able to find any new names, but on my way home, as I came to a high mountain on the edge of the forest, I saw there a little house, and before the house a fire was burning, and round the fire a ridiculous little man was hopping and dancing on one leg and crying, 'Today I brew, tomorrow I bake, next morning I shall the queen's child take. How glad I am that no one can drink, that Rumpelstiltskin is my name.'" You can imagine how delighted the queen was when she heard the name, and when the little man came in a little later and asked, "Now, Lady Queen, what's my name?" At first she asked, "Is your name Conrad?" "No." "Is it Henry?" "No." "Is your name perhaps Rumpelstiltskin?" "The bad fairies told you that! The bad fairies told you that!" screamed the little man, and in his rage he stomped his right foot so deep into the ground that his whole leg went in. Then, in a passion, he seized his left foot with both hands and tore himself into the doll in the grass. Once upon a time, there was a king who had 12 sons. When they were growing big, he told them they must go out into the world to win themselves wives. But these wives must each be able to spin and weave and sew a shirt in one day, else he would not have them for daughter-in-laws. To each he gave a horse and a new suit of clothes, and they went out into the world and looked for their brides. When they had gone a little way together, they said they would not have Boots, their youngest brother, with them, for he was not very smart. So Boots had to stay behind, and he did not know what to do or where to turn. He became very downcast, got off his horse, and sat down in the tall grass to weep. But when he sat there a while, one of the tufts in the grass began to stir and move, and out of it came a little white thing. When it came nearer, Boots saw it was a charming little lassie, such a tiny bit of a thing. The lassie went up to him and asked if he would come down below to see her doll in the grass. Yes, I'd be very happy, he said, and went. When he got down, there sat a doll in the grass on a chair. She was the tiniest little lassie you can imagine, and very, very lovely. She asked Boots where he was going and what was his business. So he told her how there were 12 brothers, and how the king had told them each one must go out into the world and find himself a wife who could spin and weave and sew a shirt in one day. But if you will only say at once that you will be my wife, said Boots to Doll in the Grass, I'll not go a step farther. She was willing, and so she made haste and spun and wove and sewed a shirt, but it was very, very tiny. It wasn't more than 2 inches long. Boots went off home with it, but when he brought it out, he was almost ashamed of it. It was so small. But the king was pleased with it and said he should have her. So Boots set off, glad and happy, to fetch his little sweetheart. When he came to Doll in the Grass, he wished to take her up before him on his horse, but she would not have that, for she said she would not sit and drive along in a silver spoon, and that she had 2 white horses to draw her. So off they set, he on his horse, and she in her silver spoon, and the 2 horses that drew her were 2 tiny white mice. But Boots always kept the other side of the road, for he was afraid lest he should ride over her. She was so little. When they had been gone a little way, they came to a great piece of water. Here Boots's horse got frightened and shied across the road and upset the spoon, and Doll in the Grass tumbled into the water. Then Boots was in great distress, for he did not know how to get her out again. But in a little while up came a merman with her, and now she was as tall and well grown up as other men and women, and far lovelier than she had been before. So he took her up before him on his horse and rode home. All Boots' brothers had come back with their sweethearts, but none had woven so dainty a little shirt as Doll in the Grass, and none were half so lovely. When the brothers saw her, they were as jealous could be of their brother, but the king was so delighted with her that he gave them a fine wedding feast and had them live with him in his palace, and gave out word that they should follow him on the throne. How to tell a real princess. There was once a prince who wanted to marry a princess, but she must be a real princess, mind you. So he traveled all around the world to find one, but everywhere there was always something in the way. Not that there were any lack of princesses, but whether they were real princesses, he could not seem to make out. There was always something that did not seem quite right. So home he came, quite out of spirits, for he did wish so much to have a real princess. One evening a terrible storm came. It thundered and lightninged, and the rain poured down in torrents. Indeed, it was a fearful night. In the midst of it there came a knocking on the palace gate, and the old king went out and opened it. It was a princess who stood outside, but oh dear, what a state she was in from the rain and the storm. The water was streaming from her hair and clothes. It ran at the tips of her shoes and out of the heels. Yet she insisted she was a real princess. Very well, thought the old queen, that we shall see presently. She said nothing, but went into the bedroom and took off all the bedding, and then lay a pea on the framework of the bedside. Having done this, she took 20 mattresses and laid them upon the pea, and then 20 down quilts on top of the 20 mattresses. The princess lay upon this bed all night. In the morning, she was asked how she slept. "Oh, miserably," said the princess. "I scarcely closed my eyes the whole night through. I am sure I don't know what was in the bed. I lay upon something so hard that I am black and blue all over from it. It is dreadful." Now they knew at once that she was a real princess, since through 20 mattresses and through 20 down quilts she had felt the pea. None but a real princess could be so sensitive. So the prince took her for his wife, for he knew at last he had found a princess, and the pea was put in the Royal Museum, where it is still to be seen, unless someone has stolen it. And this, mind you, is a true story. The Frog Prince. In olden times there lived a king whose daughters were all beautiful, but the youngest was so lovely that the sun himself wondered at her beauty every time he looked into her face. Near to the king's castle lay a dark, gloomy forest, and in the forest, under the old linden tree, was a fountain. When the day was very hot, the king's daughter used to go into the woods and sit by the side of the cool fountain. Her favorite amusement, as she sat there, was to toss a golden ball up into the air and catch it again. Once she threw it so high that instead of falling to her hand that she had stretched out for it, it dropped upon the ground and rolled straight into the water. The king's daughter followed it with her eyes as long as she could, but it disappeared, for the well was so deep she could not see the bottom. Then she began to cry bitterly for her ball. As she sat weeping, she heard a voice calling, "What's the matter, king's daughter? Your tears would touch the heart of stone." She looked around toward the spot whence the voice came and saw a frog stretching his thick, ugly head out of the water. "Oh, it's you, is it, old water paddler?" she said. "Well, then, I am crying for the loss of my golden ball, which has fallen into the fountain." "Then do not cry any more," answered the frog. "I can get it for you, but what will you give me if I bring back your plaything?" "Oh, anything you like, dear frog," she said. "My dresses, my pearls and jewels, even the golden crown I wear." "No," answered the frog, Your clothes, your pearls and jewels, or even your golden crown are nothing to me. But if you'll let me be your champion and playfellow, sit by you at the table, eat from your little golden plate, drink out of your little cup, and sleep in your little bed, if you will promise me all this, then I will bring it to you. Oh, yes, she replied. I promise you anything if you only bring me back my ball. She was thinking to herself, all this while, what nonsense the silly frog does talk. He lives in water with other frogs and croaks and cannot be anybody's playfellow. But the frog, as soon as he had received the promise, ducked his head under the water and sank down to the bottom. In a little while, he came up again with the ball in his mouth and threw it on the grass. The king's daughter was full of joy when she saw her pretty plaything again, and catching it, ran off with it. Wait, wait, cried the frog. Take me with you. I cannot run as fast as you. But the young princess would not listen to the frog's croaking, but ran home and soon forgot the poor frog, who had to go back to his fountain again. The next day, when the princess was sitting at the table with the king and his courtiers and eating out of her little golden plate, there came a sound of something creeping up the marble steps. Splish, splash, splish, splash. And presently there came a knock at the door and a voice crying, Youngest king's daughter, open to me. She ran to see who was outside, but when she opened the door, she saw the frog and shut it again in great haste and sat down at the table looking very much frightened. The king, seeing that his daughter was alarmed, said to her, My child, what is the matter? Is there a giant outside that door wanting to carry you off? Oh, no, she replied. It's no giant, only a great, ugly frog. A frog? What can he want with you, my daughter? Oh, yesterday when I was playing with my golden ball by the fountain in the forest, it fell into the water. And because I cried, the frog brought it out for me, and he made me promise that he should come here and be my champion. But I never thought he could get out of the water to come, and now he's outside there, and he wants to come in to me. Just then, he heard a knock at the door a second time and called, Youngest king's daughter, open to me. Do you not know that you promised me yesterday under the linden tree? Youngest king's daughter, open to me. Then the king said, My daughter, what you have promised you must do. Go and open the door for him. She went and opened the door, and the frog hopped after her close to her feet and quite up to her chair. There he sat and cried, Lift me up beside you. She hesitated till the king commanded her to do it. When the frog was on the table, he said, Now push your little plate nearer to me, and we will eat together. She did it, but it was easy to see that she did not do it willingly. The frog seemed to enjoy his dinner very much, but every mouthful she ate choked her. At last he said, I have eaten enough and now I'm tired. Carry me to your little room and make your silken bed ready that we may sleep together. The king's daughter began to cry, for she was afraid of the cold frog and did not like to touch him. Now he wanted to sleep in her beautiful, neat little bed. But the king was displeased at her tears and said, "He who helped you when you were in trouble must not be despised now." So she took up the frog with 2 fingers, carried him upstairs, and put him in the corner of her room. When she got into bed, he crept up to her and said, "I am tired and I want to go to sleep too. Lift me up or I will tell your father." Then she was very angry, picked him up and threw her with all her strength against the wall, saying, "Now will you be quiet, you ugly frog?" But as he fell, how surprised she was to see the frog change into a handsome young prince with a beautiful, friendly eyes. He told her how he had been bewitched by a wicked fairy and how no one could have released him from the spell but herself. He now became, by her father's will, her dearest companion and her husband. The young prince wanted to take her to his own kingdom on the wedding day, so a splendid carriage drawn by 8 white horses with white plumes on their head and golden harnesses drove up to the door. Behind it stood the servant of the young prince, the faithful Henry. To this faithful Henry had been so unhappy when his master had been changed into a frog that he had bound 3 iron bands around his heart to keep it from breaking with grief and sorrow. The carriage with the prince and his bride soon drove away with Henry behind. They had only gone a little way when the prince heard a loud crack behind him as if something had broken. He turned around and cried, "Henry, the carriage is breaking." "No, sir," he replied, "it is not the carriage, but only the iron bands which I bound round my heart for fear it should break with sorrow while you were a frog confined in the fountain. They are breaking now because of my happiness." The prince and the princess never forgot how faithful Henry had been, who had loved his master so well while he was in trouble. Cinderella. There was once a gentleman who took for his second wife the proudest, most haughty lady there was ever seen. She had 2 daughters who were exactly like her in character as in everything else. The gentleman had likewise a young daughter, but of uncommon sweetness and gentleness of disposition, which she took from her mother, who was the best person in the world. The wedding was hardly over when the stepmother began to give full vent to her bad temper. She could not bear this young girl, whose good qualities made her own daughters appear even more hateful in contrast. She gave her the nastiest, meanest work in the house to do. It was she who washed the dishes and tables, and who scrubbed the stairs and cleaned the chambers of the madam and her young lady daughters. She slept at the top of the house in a garret on a miserable straw bed, while her sisters were in rooms with inlaid floors, where they had beds of the newest fashion and mirrors in which they could see themselves from head to foot. All the poor girl bore patiently. She dared not complain to her father. She would not complain to her father, for his wife governed her entirely. When she had done her work, she used to go to the chimney corner and sit among the cinders. So they commonly called her Cinder Wench, the young sister who was not so rude and uncivil as her elder sisters, called her Cinderella. But Cinderella, for all her mean dress, was still 100 more times beautiful than her sisters, although they were always dressed magnificently. It happened that the king's son gave a ball to which he invited all persons of fashion. Our two young ladies were invited, for they were people of distinction in the country. They were much delighted and were absorbed in selecting the gowns and headdresses which would best become them. Here was a fresh trial for Cinderella, for it was she who ironed her sisters' linen and starched their ruffles all day long. They talked of nothing but how they should dress. "For my part," said the elder, "I will wear my red velvet dress with French trimmings." "And I," said the younger sister, "I shall have only my ordinary skirt, but to make amends for that I shall wear my gold flowered mantle and my diamond necklace, which are very far from being ordinary." They sent for the best hairdresser to arrange their hair in the most stylish ways, and brought patches for their cheeks from the most fashionable marker. They called in Cinderella to consult with them. She gave them the best advice she could, and even offered to arrange their headdresses with a proposal which they were ready to accept. While she was doing this, they said to her, "Would you not like to go to the ball?" "Ah," replied Cinderella, "you mock me. It is not for me to go to balls." "You're right," they said. "People might well laugh to see a cinder wench at the ball." Anyone but Cinderella might have left their hair awry, but she was a good-humored and did it to perfection. For almost 2 days they scarcely ate anything, so transported were they with joy. They broke a dozen or more laces by drawing them too tight in their effort to make themselves look as slender as possible. And they spent all their time before the mirror. At the last, the happy day came. They departed and Cinderella followed them with her eyes as long as she could. When she could no longer see them, she began to cry. Her godmother, seeing her tears, asked what was the matter. I wish, but she could not finish for weeping. Her godmother, who was a fairy, said to her, "You wish you could go to the ball, do you not?" "Yes, alas, I do," said Cinderella, sighing. "Well," said her godmother, "be a good girl, and I will see to it that you go." She led her into her chamber and said to her, "Run into the garden, my child, and fetch me a pumpkin." Cinderella went at once and picked the finest she could find, although she could not imagine how a pumpkin could help her to go to a ball. Her godmother scooped out the inside, leaving nothing but the rind. Then she struck it with her wand, and the pumpkin immediately became a gilded coach. She then went to look into the mouse trap, where she found 6 mice, all alive. She told Cinderella to lift the door of the trap, and as each mouse passed out, the godmother gave it a little tap with her wand and into a fine horse. The 6 made a splendid team of 6 horses of a fine dapple gray mouse color. While she was wandering, she began to wonder what she should do for her coachman. Cinderella said, "I will run and see if there's not a rat in the rat trap. We will turn him into a coachman." "You're right," said the godmother. "Go and look." Cinderella brought the trap to her, and in it there were 3 huge rats. The fairy chose the one which had the largest beard, and touching him with her wand, turned him into an imposing coachman with the finest mustache and whiskers ever seen. Then she said to Cinderella, "Go in the garden, and you will find 6 lizards behind the watering pot. Bring them to me." She had no sooner done this than her godmother changed them into 6 footmen, who jumped at once behind the coach as if their lance liveries, and held on as if they had done nothing else all of their lives. The fairy then said to Cinderella, "Well, here is something in which to go to the ball. Are you not pleased with it?" "Yes, but I am to go like this, and these miserable rags?" Her godmother simply touched her with her wand, and in the same instant her clothes were changed into apparel of cloth of gold and silver bliss. Then she gave her a pair of the prettiest glassed slippers in the world. Thus attired, she got into the carriage. Her charged her on no account to stay beyond midnight, and warned her that if she stayed one moment longer, her coach would become a pumpkin again, and her horse mice. Footman lizard and her clothes just as they were before. She promised her godmother that she would not fail to leave the ball before midnight, and set off, almost beside herself with joy. The king's son, when he was told that a great princess whom nobody knew had arrived, ran out to receive her. He gave her his hand as she alighted from the coach, and conducted her into the hall where the company was assembled. A deep silence fell upon everyone. They stopped dancing, and the violins ceased to play. So taken up was everyone with gazing at the marvelous beauty of this unknown arrival. Nothing was heard but the confused murmuring voice saying, "Ah, how beautiful she is!" The king himself, old as he was, could not keep his eyes off her, and whispered to the queen that it was a long time since he had seen so beautiful and lovely a creature. All the ladies were taken up with studying her headdress and costume, in order to have some made for themselves after the same pattern the next day, provided they could find materials which would be fine enough, and work people clever enough to make them. The king's son conducted her to the seat of honor, and soon took her out to dance with him. She danced with such grace that everyone admired her still more. A fine meal was served, but the young prince was so absorbed in gazing at her that he did not touch a morsel. She seated herself beside her sisters, and showed them 1,000 courtesies, sharing with them, among other things, the oranges and citron which the prince had presented to her. This astonished them very much, for they did not know her. While they were conversing together, Cinderella heard the clock struck 11:45. She rose at once, curtsied to the company, and hastened away as fast as she could. As soon as she got home, she ran to find her godmother, and after having thanked her, she told her how much she wished to go to the ball the next day, because the king's son had begged her to come. While she was telling her godmother all that had happened at the ball, her 2 sisters knocked at the door. Cinderella opened it. She said, yawning, rubbing her eyes, stretching herself as if she had just been awake. She had not, however, had any great desire for sleep since they had left. "If you had been at the ball," said one of the sisters, "you would not have been sleepy or bored. There came a tither, the most beautiful princess, the loveliest ever seen. She paid us 1,000 attentions and gave us oranges and citron." Cinderella asked the name of this princess, but they replied that no one knew, that the king's son was very much disturbed by this and would give anything to the world to know who she was. Cinderella smiled and said, "How very beautiful she must be! How fortunate you are! Could I not see her? Ah, dear Miss Charlotte, do lend me the yellow gown that you wear every day." "Indeed," said Charlotte, "I should think so. Lend you a dirty cinder wench like you must be out of your mind. Indeed, if I would do that." Cinderella expected the refusal and was very glad of it, for she would have been greatly embarrassed if her sister had been willing to lend her the gown. The next day the two sisters went to the ball, and so did Cinderella, but dressed much more magnificently than before. The king's son was always by her side and made all manner of pretty speeches to her. The young lady was far from being wearied by them and completely forgot her godmother's command. So when she heard the clock began to strike 12, when she had no idea that it was even past 11 o'clock yet, she rose at once and fled as nimbly as a deer. The prince followed, but could not overtake her, but she dropped one of her glass slippers, which he picked up very carefully. Cinderella reached home quite out of breath, without either a coach or a footman, or in her old clothes, having nothing left of at all her finery but one of her little glass slippers, the mate of the one which she had dropped. The guards at the palace were questioned as to whether they had not seen a princess go out. They replied they had seen no one but a little ragged girl who looked more like a peasant than a princess. When her two sisters returned from the ball, Cinderella asked them if they'd had a good time, and if the beautiful lady was there. They told her yes, but that she had hurried away as the clock struck 12, and in such great haste that she had dropped one of her little glass slippers, the prettiest in the world. They told her too how the prince had picked it up and how he had done nothing but look at it the rest of the evening, and agreed that he was undoubtedly very much in love with the beautiful owner of the little slipper. The prince had it proclaimed that at the sound of the trumpet he would marry whoever's foot fit in the slipper exactly. They began to try it on all the princesses, then one of the duchess, and then all of the ladies of the court, but to no purpose. They brought it to the two sisters, and each one did all she possibly could to squeeze a foot into the slipper, but neither could manage it. Cinderella, who was watching them and recognized her slipper, said laughingly, "Let me see if it will not fit me." Her sisters burst out laughing and made fun of her. The gentleman who was trying on the slipper looked at her earnestly, finding her very beautiful, and that it was but fair she should try it on, and that he had orders to let every young lady try it on. He made Cinderella sit down. Putting the slipper on her, he saw that it slipped on easily and fit like wax. The astonishment of the two sisters was great, but even greater when Cinderella pulled from her pocket the other little slipper and put it on her foot. Thereupon in came her godmother, touched Cinderella's clothes with her wand, and made them more magnificent than those which she had worn before. Now the sisters recognized her as the beautiful stranger whom they had seen at the ball. They threw themselves at her feet and asked for her forgiveness for all of the ill treatment she had received from them. Cinderella raised them up and embraced them and said she had forgiven them with all of her heart and begged them to love her always. She was conducted to the prince, dressed as she was. He found her more beautiful than ever, and a few days later married her. Cinderella, who was as good as she was beautiful, gave her two sisters apartments in the palace and married them that same day to two great lords of the court. The end. Hans in Luck. Hans had served his master 7 years, and at the end of that time he said to him, "Master, my time is up now. I should like to go home to my mother, so give me my wages if you please." His master answered, "You have served me faithfully and well, and as the service has been, so shall the wages be." And he gave him a lump of gold as big as his head. Hans pulled the handkerchief out of his pocket, wrapped the lump in it, slung it over his shoulder, and set out on the way home. As he was trudging painstakingly the laborious long road, a horseman came along, trotted happily and briskly along in a spirited horse. "Ah," said Hans aloud, "what a fine thing riding is. There you sit, as comfortable as in a chair. You stumble over no stones and save your shoes, and you get over the ground you hardly know how." The horseman overheard him, stopping, and said, "Hello, Hans, why do you go on foot then?" "I can't help it," answered Hans, "for I have this bundle to carry home. It is gold. To be sure that I cannot hold my head straight, for it hurts my shoulders too." "I will tell you what," said the horseman. "We shall exchange. I will give you my horse, and you give me your lump." "With all my heart," said Hans, "but I tell you beforehand that you're taking a good, heavy load on yourself." The horseman got down, took the gold, and helped Hans up, putting the bridle into his hands, and said, "Now, when you want to go really good pace, you must click your tongue and cry, 'Giddy up, giddy up.'" Hans was delighted when he found himself sitting on a horse and riding along so freely and easily. After a while, it occurred to him that he might go still faster, and he began clicking his tongue and crying, "Giddy up, giddy up." The horse broke into a gallop, and before Hans knew what he was about, he was thrown off and was lying in the ditch which separated the field from the high road. The horse would have run away if it had not been stopped by a peasant who was coming along the road and driving a cow before him. Hans felt himself all over and picked himself up, but he was vexed and said to the peasant, "This riding on horseback is no joke, I can tell you, especially when a man gets on a mare like mine that kicks and throws him off so that it is a wonder one's neck is not broken. Never again will I ride that animal. Now, I like your cow. You can walk quietly along behind her, and you have milk, butter, and cheese every day into the bargain. What would I not give for such a cow?" "Well now," said the peasant, "if you so much pleasure as all that, I don't mind exchanging the cow for the horse." Hans agreed to this, with the greatest delight, and the peasant, swinging himself upon the horse, rode off in a hurry. Hans drove his cow peacefully before him and thought over his lucky bargain. If I only have a bit of bread, and I ought never to be without that, I can have butter and cheese, which is often as I like. If I am thirsty, I have only to milk the cow, and I have milk to drink. What more could a heart's desire? When he came to an inn, he made a halt and ate with great satisfaction all the bread he had brought with him for dinner and supper, and spent his last 2 farthings for a glass of beer to drink. Then he drove his cow along in the direction of his mother's village. The heat grew more and more oppressive as the middle of the day grew near, and Hans found himself in a wide heath which it would take about an hour to cross, and he was very hot and thirsty. This is easy to remedy, thought Hans. I will milk the cow and refresh myself with the milk. He tied her to a tree, and as he had no pail to put his leather cap underneath, but try as hard as he could, not a drop of milk came. He put himself in the very awkward position too, and at last the impatient beast gave him such a tumble to the ground, and was so dazed that for a long time he could not think where he was. Fortunately, a butcher came along, trundling a wheelbarrow in which lay a young pig. Hans told him what had happened. The butcher handed him his flask and said, "Take a drink. It'll do you good. That cow might well give no milk. She's an old beast and only fit at best for the plow or for the butcher." Dear, dear, thought Hans, running his fingers through his hair. Who would have thought it? It is an idea to eat the beast and have the meat, but I do not care much for beef. It's not juicy enough. Now a young pig like yours, that is what would taste good. And then there's the sausage. Take heed, Hans, said the butcher. Out of love for you, I will exchange and let you have the pig for the cow. May heaven reward you for your kindness, sir, cried Hans, handing over the cow as the butcher untied the pig from the barrow and put into his hand the string with which it was tied. Hans went on again, thinking how everything was turning out just as he Hans went on again, thinking how everything turned out. If he did meet with any mishap, it was immediately set right. Presently, a lad overtook him who was carrying a fine white goose under his arm. They said good morrow to each other. Then Hans began at once to tell of his good luck and how he always made such good bargains. The lad told him that he was taking the goose to a christening feast. Just lift it, he said to Hans, holding it up by the wings, and feel how heavy it is. It's been fattening up for the last 8 weeks. Whoever gets to taste a taste of it when it is roasted will get a rare bit. Yes, said Hans, weighing it in one hand. It's a good weight, but my pig's no trifle either. Meanwhile, the lad kept looking suspiciously from one side to the other and shook his head. Look here, he began. I'm not sure it's all right with your pig. In the village through which I passed, the mayor himself had just had one stolen from his sty. I fear you may have gotten hold of it there in your hand. They have set out people to look for it, and it would be bad business for you if you were found with it. At very least, you should be shut up in the dark hole. Oh, honest, Hans very much frightened. Alas, he said, help me out of this trouble. You are more at home in these parts than I am. Take my pig and let me have your goose. I shall run some risk if I do, answered the lad, but I will not be the cause of your getting in trouble. So he took the cord in his hand and drove the pig quickly away. Honest Hans, relieved of his anxiety, plodded along towards home with a goose under his arm. When I really come to think it over, he said, I have even gained by this exchange. First, there is the good roast, then the quality of fat that will drip out of it roasting and will keep us in goose fat to eat on our bread for a quarter of a year. And last of all, there are the fine white feathers, which I will stuff my pillow, and then warm it I shall sleep like a top. How delighted my mother will be. As he was going through the last village, he came to a knife grinder with his cart, singing as he wheeled hurriedly, busily around. Scissors and knives I grind quickly, while my coat flies out of the wind behind. Hans stopped to watch him. At last he spoke to him. You appear to have a very good business, if I may judge by your merry song. Yes, answered the knife grinder. The business has a golden bottom. Very good grinder finds money in his pocket wherever he puts his hand in. But where did you buy that fine goose? I did not buy it, but took it in exchange for my pig. And the pig I got for a cow, and the cow I took for the horse, and the horse I gave a lump of gold as big as my head, and the gold, oh, that was my wages for 7 years of service. You certainly know how to look after yourself each time, said the grinder. If only you could get on so far as to hear the money jingle in your pocket whenever you stand up, you will indeed have made your fortune. How shall I manage that? Said Hans. You must become a grinder like me. Nothing in particular is needed for it but a grindstone. Everything else will come of itself. I have one of those here. To be sure, it's a little worn, but you need not give me anything for it but your goose. Will you do it? How can you ask? Said Hans. Why, I shall be the luckiest man in the world. If I have money every time I put my hand into my pocket, what more can I have to trouble about? So he handed him the goose and took the grinding stone in exchange. Now, said the grinder, picking up an ordinary big stone that lay by the road, here is another good stone in the bargain. You can hammer out all your old nails on it and straighten them. Take it with you and keep it carefully. Hans shouldered the stone and walked on with a light heart, his eyes shining with joy. I must have been born under a lucky star, he exclaimed. Everything happens to me just as I want it. Meanwhile, as he had been on his legs since daybreak, he began to feel tired. He was hungry too, for in his joy at the bargain by which he got his cow, he had eaten up his store of food at once and had had none since. At last he felt quite unable to go further and was forced to rest every minute or two. Besides, the stone weighed him down dreadfully. He could not help thinking how nice it would be if he did not have to carry them any further. He dragged himself slowly over to a well in a field, meaning to rest and refresh himself with a draught of cool water. To keep the stone from hurting him while he knelt to drink, he laid them carefully on the edge of the well. Then he sat down and was about to stoop and drink, but made a slip, which gave the stone a little push, and both of them rolled off and into the water. When Hans saw them sinking to the bottom, he jumped for joy and knelt down and thanked God, tears in his eyes, for having shown him his further favor and relieved him of the heavy stone, which were the only things that had troubled him, without him having anything to reproach himself with. There is no man under the sun so lucky as I, he cried out. Then, with a big, light heart and free from every burden, he ran until he reached his mother's house. Diamonds and toads. Once upon a time, there was a widow who had 2 daughters. The elder was so much like her, both in looks and in character, that whoever saw the mother. They were both so disagreeable and so proud that there was no living with them. The younger, who was the image of her father in courtesy and was one of the most beautiful girls ever seen. People naturally love those who are like them. This mother doted upon the elder daughter and at the same time conceived a great aversion to the younger. She made her eat in the kitchen and work continually. Among other things, the poor child had to go twice a day to draw water, more than 1.5 miles from the house, and bring home a large pitcher full of it. One day, when she was at the fountain, a poor woman came to her and asked her to let her have a drink. Goodly, the little girl, raising the pitcher at once, she filled it at the clearest part of the fountain and gave it to her, holding up the pitcher all the while that she might drink more easily. The good woman said to her, "You are so pretty, so good, and so courteous that I cannot help but give you a gift." For this was a fairy who had taken the form of a poor country woman to see how far the civility and good manners of this young girl would go. "I will give you a gift," continued the fairy, "that at every word you speak there shall come out of your mouth either a flower or a jewel." When the pretty girl got home, her mother scolded her from staying so long at the fountain. "I ask your pardon, Mamma," said the girl, "for not making more haste." As she spoke these words, there fell from her lips 3 roses, 3 pearl ends. "What do I see here?" asked the mother, quite astonished. "I think I see pearls and diamonds that came out of the girl's mouth. How did this happen, child?" This was the first time she'd ever been called my child. The girl told her frankly all that had happened to her, dropping from her mouth great numbers of diamonds as she spoke. "Really," cried the mother, "I must send my own daughter thither. Fanny, Fanny, look, see what comes out of your sister's mouth when she speaks. Would you not like, my dear, to have the same gift? You have to only go draw water at the fountain, and when the poor woman asks you, you let her have a drink, to give it to her very civilly." "I should like to see myself going to the fountain to draw water," said this ill-bred minx. "I insist you go," said the mother, "and go at once." So away she went, taking with her the best silver tankard in the house, but grumbling all the way. No sooner had she reached the fountain than she saw coming out of the woods a lady, neatly dressed, who came up to her and asked for a drink. This was the same fairy who had appeared to her sister, but she had now taken the air and dress of a princess to see how far this girl's rudeness would go. "I come here," said the ill-bred saucy girl, "to serve you with water.
pray, I suppose this silver tankard was brought wholly on purpose for your ladyship, was it? I should think so. Just drink out of the fountain if you want any. You're hardly polite, answered the fairy, without putting herself in a passion. Well, then, since you are so disobliging, I give for you a gift, that every word you speak there should come out of your mouth a snake or a toad. As soon as her mother saw her coming home, cried out, Well, daughter? Well, mother, answered the rude girl, throwing out of her mouth a viper and a toad. Oh, mercy, cried the mother, what is this I see? It is her sister who is the cause of all this. She shall pay for it. And immediately she ran to beat her. The poor child fled away from her and went to hide herself in the forest nearby. The king's son, as he was returning from his hunting, met her, and seeing how beautiful she was, asked her what she was doing there all alone, and why was she crying. Alas, sir, my mother has turned me out of doors. The king's son, seeing 5 or 6 pearls and as many diamonds fall from her mouth, desired to tell him how that happened. Then she told him the whole story. The king's son fell in love with her and considered that such a gift was worth more than any marriage portion anyone else could bring, conducted her to the palace of the king, his father, and there married her. As for the sister, she made herself so much hated that her own mother turned her out of doors. The miserable girl, wandering about without finding anyone who would take her in, went away to the corner of the world where she passed away. Boots. Once upon a time there was a miller who, when he died, had nothing to leave his 3 sons but his mill, his ass, and his cat. The division was soon made. The notary and attorney were sent for. They would have eaten up all the poor patrimony. The oldest had the mill, the second the donkey, and the youngest nothing but the cat. The youngest was quite downcast at having so poor a share. My brothers, he said, may get their living handsomely enough by joining their portions together. But as for me, when I've eaten my cat and made me a muff of his skin, I must perish from hunger. The cat, who heard all this without appearing to do so, came up to him and said in a grave and serious air, Do not thus afflict yourself, my good master. You have only to give me a bag and get a pair of boots made for me, that I may scamper through the dirt and brambles, and you shall see that you have not so poor a portion in me as you imagine. Though the cat's master did not build great hopes on what he said, yet he had seen him play such cunning tricks to catch rats and mice, such as hanging himself by his heels or hiding himself in the meal to make believe as he was dead, that he did not altogether despair of helping him. When the cat had what he had asked for, he booted himself very gallantly, and putting his bag about his neck, he took hold of the 2 strings with his forepaws and went into a warren where there was a great many rabbits. He put bran and parsley into the bag and mount himself out at full length as if he were dead. He waited for some young rabbits, not yet acquainted with the snares and tricks of this world, to come rummaging his bag for what he had put into it. Scarcely had he laid down before his wish was fulfilled, and a rash of foolish young rabbit jumped headlong into his bag, and Master Puss immediately drew close the strings and unalived him without mercy. Proud of his prey, he went with it to the palace and asked to speak with the king. He was shown upstairs to the king's apartment, and making a low bow, said to him, I have brought you, sire, a rabbit from the warren of my lord, the Marquis of Carabas, for that was the title which he was pleased to give his master, which he was commanded to present to your majesty with the assurance of his respect. Tell your master, said the king, that I thank him, and that he has given me a great pleasure. Another time he went and hid himself among some standing corn, holding his bag open as before, and when a brace of partridges ran into it, he drew the strings and caught them both. He then went and presented these to the king, as he had previously done with the rabbit when he took in the warren. The king, in like manner, hasten here, welcome in. The king, in like manner, received the partridges with great pleasure and ordered his servants to reward him. In this way, the cat continued for 2 or 3 months to carry to his majesty from time to time game of his master's taking. One day, when he knew that the king was intended to take the air along the riverside with his daughter, who was the most beautiful princess in the world, if you follow my advice, your fortune is made. You have to only go and bathe in the river, just the place I shall show you, and leave the rest to me. The Marquis of Carabas did just what the cat advised, without knowing what would be the good in doing so. While he was bathing, the king passed by, and the cat began to cry out with all his might, Help, help, my lord, Marquis of Carabas is drowning. In this noise, the king put his head out of the coach window, and seeing it was the cat who had so often brought him presents of game, commanded his guards to run immediately to his lordship, the Marquis of Carabas. While they were drawing the poor Marquis out of the river, the cat came up to the coach and told the king that while his master was bathing, there had come by some rogues who ran off with his clothes, though he could cried out, Thieves, thieves, several times as loud as he could. The cunning cat hid them under a great stone. The king immediately commanded the officers of his wardrobe to run and fetch one of the best suits for the Lord Marquis of Carabas. The king loaded the Marquis with 1,000 attendants, and a fine clothes as he had given him, set off with his good looks, for he was well made and comely. The king's daughter found him very much to her liking, and the Marquis of Carabas had no sooner cast 2 or 3 respectful and somewhat tender glances in her direction than she fell in love with him to distraction. The king insisted on getting into the coach and taking a ride with them. The cat, overjoyed at seeing how well his plan was beginning to succeed, ran on before, and coming upon some countrymen who were mowing a meadow, said to them, Good people, if you do not tell the king, who presently passed by this way, that the meadow which you are mowing belongs to my lord Marquis of Carabas, you shall be chopped as small as the herbs for the pot. The king did not fail to ask the mowers to whom the meadow they were mowing belonged to my lord Marquis. They answered all together, for the cat's threat had frightened them. You have a very fine piece of land, Lord Marquis, said the king. Yes, sire, replied the Marquis. This is a meadow which knows a plentiful harvest every year. The cat, who still went on before, met some reapers and said to them, "Good people, if you do not say to the king, who will presently pass this way, that all this corn belongs to the Marquis of Carabas, you shall be chopped as small as herbs for the pot." The king, who passed by a moment after, wished to know whom all the corn before him belonged. "To my lord, Marquis of Carabas," replied the reapers, and the king was again very well pleased with the Marquis. The cat continued to go before the carriage and say the same words to everyone he met. Then the king was astonished at the vast estates of my lord Marquis of Carabas. The cat came at last to a stately castle, the master of which was an ogre, the richest ever known, for all the lands the king had been passing through belonged to this castle. The cat, who had taken care to inform himself who this ogre was and what he could do, asked to speak with him, saying he could not pass so near his castle without having the honor of paying his respects to him. The ogre received him as civilly as an ogre could and made him sit down. "I have been assured," said the cat, "that if you have a gift of being able to change yourself into all sorts of animals, if you have a mind to, that you can, for example, transform yourself into a lion or an elephant." "It is true," answered the ogre roughly, "and to convince you, you shall see now me become a lion." The cat was so terrified at the sight of the lion so near him that he sprang away and climbed up on the roof, but not without much difficulty and danger, as his boots were of no use for walking upon tiles. A little while after, when he saw that the ogre had quit the form of the lion, he came down and owned that he had been a good deal frightened. "I have been further informed, but I don't know if I believe it," said the cat, "that you also have the power of taking the smallest animal. For example, you could change yourself into a rat or a mouse, but I must own that this has to be impossible." "Impossible?" cried the ogre. "You shall see." And at the same instant he changed himself into a mouse and began to run about the floor. The moment the cat saw the ogre in this form, he sprang upon him and ate him up. Meanwhile, the king saw as he passed the fine castle of the ogres, had a mind to go in. Master Puss, hearing the noise of his majesty's coach cross the drawbridge, ran out and said to the king, "Your majesty is welcome to the castle of my lord Marquis of Carabas." "What, my lord Marquis?" cried the king, "and this is your castle? There can be nothing finer than this court and all these stately buildings that surround it. Let us see the interior, if you please." The Marquis gave his hand to the young princess and followed the king, who went before. They entered a spacious hall where they found a splendid collection which the ogre had prepared for some friends who were to visit him that very day, but who dared not enter hearing that the king was there. The king was so charmed with all the good qualities of my lord the Marquis of Carabas, and his daughter had fallen so violently in love with him, that seeing the vast estate he possessed, he said to him at the end of the dinner, "It depends only on you, my lord Marquis, if you are not my son-in-law." The Marquis, with a low bow, accepted the honor which his majesty conferred upon him. Forthwith, the very same day, married the princess. Puss in Boots became a great Lord and never ran after mice anymore, except for his amusement. The next story. Once upon a time, there lived a man and his wife who were very sad because they had no children. These people had a little window at the back of their house which overlooked a beautiful garden full of flowers and herbs. There was a hot garden, and no one dared to go into it because it belonged to a witch of great power who was feared by everyone. One day, the woman stood at the window looking into the garden and saw a bed full of the finest rampion. It looked so fresh and green that she longed to eat some of it. This desire grew every day as she knew she could not possibly have any of it. She pined away and looked pale and miserable. Then her husband was alarmed and said, "What ails you, dear wife?" "Oh," she replied sadly, "if I cannot get some of that nice rampion to eat out of the garden behind our house, I know I shall die." Her husband, who loved her dearly, thought to himself, "Rather than let my wife die, I must bring her some rampion, let the cost be what it may." So at dusk, he climbed over the wall into the witch's garden, hastily picked a handful of rampion leaves, and took them back to his wife. She made them into a salad, which she ate with great relish indeed. She liked it so very much that the next day she longed for it. The next day, she could have no peace until her husband descended into the garden and fetched her some more. So as soon as it was dusk, he let himself down in the garden again. But when he clambered down and was on the other side of the wall, he was terribly frightened, for there, standing before him, was the old witch with a frightful scowl on her face. "How dare you climb into my garden like a thief and steal my rampion?" she said with an angry look. "You shall suffer for it." "Ah," he replied, "be merciful to me this time, I pray you. I am only here from necessity. My wife saw your rampion from her window and had such a desire for it that she would have died had she not had some of it to eat." Then the witch's anger cooled a little as she answered, "If that is the case, I will let you take away as much rampion as you like, but on one condition, that you give me the child that your wife will shortly bring into the world, and shall go well with it, and I will take care of it like a mother." In his anxiety to get away, the man agreed to what she asked, and as soon as the child was born, the witch appeared, and having given it the name Rapunzel, which is another name for rampion, she took it away with her. Rapunzel was the most beautiful child under the sun. When she was 12 years old, the witch shut her up in a tower which lay in the middle of a great forest. This tower had neither stairs nor door, but only a little window way up high at the very top of the wall. When the witch wanted to enter the tower, she stood beneath this window and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let your hair down, then that I may climb up without a stair." Rapunzel had wonderful hair, long and fine as spun gold, and when she heard the voice of the witch, she unfastened her braided tresses and wound them around one of the hooks in the little window and let them hang loosely. They fell down about 20 yards, so the witch could easily climb up by then. After things had gone this way for a year or two, it happened that one day the king's son was riding through that part of the forest and passed the tower. He had heard from someone singing so beautifully that he stood spellbound listening. It was Rapunzel, who, in her solitude and loneliness, was trying to while away the long hours by singing. The prince longed to see the sweet singer and climb up to her, but he searched in vain for a door into the tower. None was to be found. He rode home, but the song had made such a deep impression on him that he went every day to the wood and listened. One day, when he was standing thus behind a tree, he saw the old witch which approached and heard her call, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb without a stair." Then Rapunzel let down her braids, and the witch climbed up to her. "So that is the ladder by which one mounts, is it?" said the prince. "Then I too will climb it and try my luck." The next night, when it began to grow dark, he went to the foot of the tower and cried, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb without a stair." The hair fell down at once, and the prince climbed up by it. At first Rapunzel was too terribly frightened when a man came in, for she you distracted me, for she had never seen one before. But the prince spoke to her very kindly and told her that his heart had been so touched by her singing that he could have no peace until he had seen her. So Rapunzel lost her fear, and when he asked her to marry him, she thought, "He is so young and handsome, and he will certainly love me far more than the old Dame Gothel does." So she said yes, and put her hand in his. "I will gladly go with you," like only a 12-year-old can say. She continued, I think she's 14 at this time, "But I do not see how I am to get down out of this tower. When you come, bring me a skein of silk each time, and I will weave a ladder out of them. When it is finished, I will climb down by it, and you shall take me away on your horse." They arranged that until the ladder was ready, he should come to see her every evening, bringing skeins of silk, for the witch came in the daylight. The witch knew nothing of all of this till one day Rapunzel, not thinking what she was saying, made this remark, "Tell me, Dame Gothel, how is it that you are so much harder to pull up than the young prince? He is always with me in a moment." "Oh, you wicked, wicked child," cried the witch. "What is this I hear? I thought I had separated you from the whole world, and yet you deceived me." In her rage, she seized Rapunzel's beautiful hair, twisted it around and around her left hand, snatched up a pair of scissors with her right, and snip, snap, she cut it off, and the beautiful tresses lay on the ground. Then she was so hard-hearted that she took Rapunzel to a lonely, deserted place and left her to live in utter loneliness and misery. But on the evening of the day on which she had carried Rapunzel away, she fastened the braids which she had cut off onto the hook by the window, and the prince came and called, "Rapunzel, Rapunzel, let down your hair, that I may climb up without a stair." She let down the hair, the prince climbed up, but instead of his beloved Rapunzel, he found the old witch, who looked at him with angry, wicked eyes and cried mockingly, "Ah, you thought to fetch your lady love, but the pretty little bird has flown, and the song is still. The cat caught it, and will scratch your eyes out too. Rapunzel is lost to you. You will never see her again." The prince was beside himself with grief, and in his despair he jumped down from the tower. He escaped with his life, but the thorns into which he fell pierced his eyes out. Then he wandered blind about the forest, eating nothing but roots and berries, and constantly lamenting and weeping for the loss of his lovely bride. For some years he wandered about in great misery, and at last he came to the deserted place where Rapunzel was living. Suddenly he heard a voice which seemed familiar to him. He walked eagerly towards it, and as he came nearer, Rapunzel recognized him and fell on his neck, weeping. Two of her tears fell upon his eyes, and they became clear again, so he could see her as well as ever. Then he led her to his kingdom, where they were welcomed with great joy. And guess what they did? They lived happily ever after. Beauty and the Beast. There once was a very rich merchant who had 3 sons and 3 daughters. These children had everything money could buy them. The daughters were all very pretty, but the youngest was so very beautiful that from her childhood she was always called Beauty. This made her sisters very jealous, but they were proud of their wealth and of their position in society, and took pains to be haughty with any people who were not as rich as they. One day, a merchant suddenly lost all his fortune. All that he had left was his vast property, with a little house in the country, a long distance from town. He told his children that they must go there now and work for a living. The 2 eldest replied that they need not leave town, for they had several lovers who would be glad to marry them. In this they found they were mistaken. Their lovers would not look at them now. Because of their pride, they had not made real friends, and nobody was very sorry to see them humbled, but everyone pitied Beauty. She had always been very kind and friendly to everyone. Indeed, several gentlemen offered to marry her, though they knew she had not a penny. But she told them she could not think of leaving her father in his trouble. When they were settled in the country, the merchant and his 3 sons set to work to till the fields. Beauty took care of the house. She rose at 4 o'clock in the morning, lighted the fires, swept the dust, and got breakfast for the family. At first she found all this very hard, for she was not used to it, but she soon grew stronger, healthier, and prettier than ever. When her work was over, she would read or play the harpsichord or sing as she sat at her spinning wheel. Her 2 sisters did not know what to do with themselves. They would get up at 10, idle away the whole day, fretting for the loss of their fine clothes and parties. Do but see that girl, they would say to one another. What stupid how taste she has to be content in this kind of life. But their father thought differently and loved his youngest daughter more than ever. After 2 years, when they were all beginning to get accustomed to this new life, something happened to disturb them again. The merchant received the news that one of his ships, which he had believed to be lost, had come safely into port with rich cargo. All the sons and daughters were very much excited at the news and believed that their poverty was at an end. The 2 eldest daughters were wild with joy and wanted to set out for town at once. When their father was ready to start, they begged him to bring them jewels and rings and rich dresses. Beauty was the only one of the children who had any doubt that this ship would bring back their fortune. So, not wishing to trouble her father, she asked for nothing. But her father noticed her silence and inquired, "What shall I bring you, Beauty?" "Well, dear father, since you ask me, I would like to have you bring me a rose. They do not grow here, and I am very fond of them." Beauty did not particularly desire a rose, but she didn't wish to seem to blame her sisters by saying she didn't want anything. The merchant set off on his journey. When he reached the port, he was obliged to go to the law about his cargo, and it ended in his returning home as poor as he came. He was within 30 miles of home when, in the middle of the large forest, he was overtaken by a heavy snowstorm. He lost his way and was beginning to fear he should die of hunger and cold when all of a sudden he saw the light at the end of a long avenue of trees. As he came nearer, he found it was from a splendid palace, the windows of which were ablazing with light. He entered the courtyard, but to his surprise, did not anyone meet. His horse followed him, and seeing a stable door open, he walked in. The manger was filled with hay and oats, and the poor beast, who had almost famished, fell to eating heartily. His master walked towards the palace and passed through several splendid furnished rooms, but still saw nobody. He came to the dining room, where he found a good fire and a table plentifully spread and set for one person. As he was wet to the skin, he drew near the fire to dry his clothes, saying to himself, "I hope the master of the house or his servants will excuse the liberty I'm taking. I suppose it will not be long before some of them appear." He waited for some time, and still no one came. At last, the clock struck 11, and as he was so hungry he could not wait any longer, he helped himself to some chicken and drank a little wine. Then he opened a door at the end of the hall and found himself in a room with a very good bed in it. As he was very tired, he closed the door and went to bed. It was 10 o'clock in the morning before the merchant awoke. He was getting up when he was surprised to find a new suit of clothes in place of his own, which were torn and spoiled. He looked out of the window, but instead of snowy woods, he saw the most delightful arbors filled with beautiful blooming flowers. He returned to the great hall where he had had supper the night before and found breakfast ready on a little table. He drank his chocolate and then went out to look for his horse. He was passing under the arbor of roses and remembered Beauty's request to him. He gathered a branch on which there were several roses. Immediately he heard a loud roar and saw stalking towards him so frightful a beast that he was ready to faint with fear. "You are most ungrateful," said the beast in a terrible voice. "I saved your life and admitted you to my palace, and in return you steal my roses, which I value more than anything in the world. But your insolence shall not go unpunished. You shall die for it." The poor merchant threw himself upon his knees before the beast and cried, "Pardon me, my lord. I had no intention of offending you by gathering a rose for one of my daughters who desired me to bring her one." "I am not a lord, but a beast," replied the monster. "I hate flattery and compliments, so do not fancy you can move me by your fine speeches. You say you have daughters? Now I will spare you if you will give me one of your daughters. If not, promise that you will return yourself in 3 months." The merchant had no intention of sacrificing one of his daughters, but he knew that if he agreed to come back, he should see his children once more. So he promised to return. The Beast told him he might set out when he pleased, but need not go empty-handed. Go back to the room in which you slept, and you will see a great empty chest. Fill it with whatever you like best, and I will have it taken to your house for you." Then the Beast left him. "Well," said the good man to himself, "if I must die, I shall at least have the comfort of leaving my children provided for." He returned to the room and found there were heaps of gold pieces. With these he filled the chest. Then he went to the stable and took his horse and left the palace in a far sadder mood than in which he had entered. In a few hours he returned home, and his children came running out to meet him. Instead of embracing them with joy, he gazed at them sadly, holding out the branch of roses he had in his hand, and said, "Here, Beauty, take them. You little know how much they have cost your poor father." Then he told them all that had happened to him. The two eldest sisters began to lament loudly and reproach Beauty, saying that it was all her fault. "See," they said, "what comes from her pride. She would not ask for such things as we did, but wanted to seem wiser than we. So now she will be the death of our poor father, and yet she does not so much as shed a tear." "Why should I?" said Beauty. "It would be useless, for my father shall not suffer on my account. As the Beast will accept one of the daughters, I will gladly give myself up in his stead." "No, indeed," said her three brothers, "that shall not be. We will go and find the monster, and either kill it or perish it in the attempt." "Do not imagine you can do any such thing," said the merchant. "I have seen him and know his power. It is too great, but I will not consent to Beauty's offer. I am old and have not lived long to live, so I can lose only a few years. I am only sorry for you, my children." But Beauty insisted, saying, "Indeed, father, you shall not go to the palace without me. You cannot hinder me from following you." The merchant was so distressed at the thought of losing his daughter that he quite forgotten the chest filled with gold. But at night, when he retired to his room, he found, to his great surprise, the chest standing by his bedside. He decided to say nothing of his riches to his eldest daughters, for he knew they would want to return to town at once. But he told Beauty his secret, and she told him that while he was away, two gentlemen came and courted her sisters. She begged her father to consent to their marriage and give them their portions, for she was so sweet-tempered that she wished them to be happy. When the day came, Beauty got ready to set out with her father for the home of the Beast. The horse took the direct road to the palace, and they arrived there all too soon. As they approached, they found the windows brilliantly lit as before. The horse went at once to the stable of his own accord, and the merchant and his daughter went into the great hall, where they found a table loaded with every dainty and set with 2 plates. The merchant had no heart to eat, but Beauty, trying to appear cheerful, sat down and served both him and herself. After supper, they had heard a great noise, and the merchant began to bid his child a sad farewell. In a moment, the Beast entered. Beauty was terrified at the frightened form, but she tried not to show her fear. "Good evening, Beauty," said the Beast. "Have you come here willingly?" "Yes," she faltered. "You are very good, and I am greatly obliged to you," he growled, and turning to the father, "As for you, old man, you are to go your way tomorrow and never return here again. Good night, merchant. "Good night, Beauty." "Good night, Beast," she answered as the monster withdrew. Again, the merchant tried to persuade Beauty to go back with him, but she would not hear of it. They went to bed, thinking they should not close their eyes all night, but as soon as they lay down, they fell fast asleep. Beauty dreamed that a stately and beautiful lady came to her and said, "I am very much pleased, Beauty, with the goodness you have shown in giving yourself to save your father. Do not be afraid. You shall be rewarded. Only do not trust appearances." Beauty told this dream to her father in the morning, but thought it comforted him a little. He wept bitterly when he took his leave of his dear child, for he feared he might never see her again. When her father was out of sight, poor Beauty could not help but crying, but she had made up her mind to be brave, and she proceeded to explore the various rooms of the palace. What was her surprise when she came to a door which was written "Beauty's Room." She opened it in haste and found it magnificently furnished. But what delighted her the most was the large library, a harpsichord, and several musical books. She concluded that all this would not be provided for her if she had only a day to live, and she took courage. Her surprise increased when she opened one of the books and found on the first page in letters of gold these words: "Welcome, Beauty. Banish fear. You are a queen and mistress here. Speak your wishes, speak your will. You will find them granted still." "Alas," she said, sighing, "there is nothing I wish so much as to see my father and know what he is doing." She happened to turn towards a large mirror that was hanging near her, and there she saw her father arriving sadly at home. Her sisters had come out to meet him, and in spite of their efforts to look sorrowful, it was plain that in their hearts they were very glad to see him return alone. The picture disappeared, and Beauty felt very grateful to the Beast for thus giving her her wish. At noon she found dinner ready and was entertained at the table with music, though she could see no player. After dinner she found she was very sleepy and went to lie down in her room. She fell asleep instantly and dreamt of a handsome young prince, and he said, "Beauty, you need not be unhappy here as you expect. All your wishes will be granted. Only try to find me out and love me as I love you. And above all, do not trust appearances." In the evening, she was going to sit down to supper when the Beast came and asked leave to sit with her at her table. She was frightened and tried not to show it, saying, "That is as you please." "No," replied the Beast, "you alone are the mistress here. You need only tell me to go. If my presence troubles you, I will withdraw at once. Everything here is yours, and I shall be much distressed if you are not happy." Presently he inquired if she did not think him very ugly. "Yes," said Beauty, "but I think you're very kind, too." They talked for some time, and "Beauty, will you marry me?" Beauty was so startled she could hardly speak, but she faltered, "Oh, no, Beast." "Then good night, Beauty," he said, but very sadly, and left the room. Beauty felt sorry for him, but she soon went to bed and dreamed of the unknown prince who had been in her mind all day. This time she thought he came and said to her, "Ah, Beauty, why are you so unkind to me? I must be unhappy always." She could not understand it, but when she woke, she thought he must be in some way in the power of the Beast, and began to wonder how she could help him. The days passed quickly enough in the lovely place. Every evening the beasts came to her, and they entertained, talking together. Beauty began to look forward to his visits, for she had become accustomed to his ugliness and found him very kind and interesting. But one thing gave her great concern. Every night before he left her, the beast asked her to become his wife. One night she said to him, "Beast, you make me unhappy, for I can only offer you friendship. I cannot love you." He begged her at least to promise never to leave him. But Beauty had seen in the glass that very day that her father was sick with grief at the loss of her. Her sisters were married, and her brothers had gone into the army, so he was all alone. She had so great a longing to see him that she told the beast that she should die if he refused to let her leave. "Indeed, I'd rather die of grief for your absence," replied the beast, "than that you should be unhappy. You shall be there tomorrow morning." Beauty promised to return in a week, and the beast told her that she had to only lay her ring on the table before she went to bed when she wanted to come back, and she would find herself in the palace. When she woke the next morning, she found herself in her father's cottage, and his delight at seeing her soon made him well again. He sent for her sisters, who came with their husbands. They were both unhappily married, one to a man who was so vain in his good looks that he cared nothing for his wife, and the other to a man who was so sarcastic that he tired everybody out with his speeches, and teasing his poor wife most of all. The sisters were so jealous at seeing Beauty so magnificently dressed, and hearing how kind the beasts were to her, that they laid a plan to detain her longer than the week she had intended to stay, in hopes that this might make the beast angry, so that he would devour her. Accordingly, when the week was over, they affected such grief at her departure that Beauty was touched by their affection and agreed to stay longer. She could not help but reproach herself for staying, but she could not make up her mind to wish herself back when they urged her so strongly. But on the 9th of the 10th day, she dreamt that she saw her beast lying half dead in the grass on the palace garden. Waking in tears, she reproached herself bitterly for her ingratitude, and rose, put her ring on the table, and went back to bed, where she fell asleep. When she awoke the next morning, she was overjoyed to find herself back in the palace. She put on one of her richest dresses to please him, and waited patiently till evening. But 9 o'clock struck, and still no beast appeared. Then Beauty remembered her dream, and ran to the garden in search of him. At last she found the path she had seen in her dream, and there lay the poor beast, senseless on the grass. Forgetting his ugliness, she threw herself on him in despair, and felt that his heart was still beating. Then she ran to fetch some water from the spring, and weeping poured it on his head. The beast opened his eyes and said faintly, "You forgot your promise. I did not care to live without you, so I determined to starve myself. But since you are come, I shall die happy." "No, you shall not die, my poor beast," cried Beauty, "for I love you. I want you to be my husband." She had scarcely spoken those words when a blaze of light streamed from the palace. Windows, fireworks were displayed, and trumpets and triumphant strands of music sounded. Beauty turned to the beast to inquire what had happened, but he had disappeared, and in his place stood the prince of her dreams, whom she had loved so long. He thanked her for having broken his enchantment. "But where is my poor beast?" asked Beauty anxiously. "I am he," replied the prince. A wicked fairy condemned me to remain in that form till some beautiful maiden shall love me and consent to marry me in spite of my ugliness. The prince conducted Beauty to the palace, where they were welcomed by a stately lady of her dream, who was the mother of the prince, and who thanked her for restoring her son to his proper form. She found her father there too. The young couple were married the very next day, and the prince and his beautiful bride were heartily welcomed by his subjects who had long mourned his absence. Beauty and the prince reigned happily for many long years.
The Steadfast Tin Soldier. There were once 25 in soldiers. They were all brothers, for they had been made out of the same tin spoon. They all shouldered their muskets and looked straight before them. Their uniforms were very smart, red and blue, and very splendid. The first things they heard in the world when the lid was taken off of the box in which they lay was the words, "Tin soldiers." These words were spoken by a little boy who clapped his hands for joy. The soldiers had been given him because it was his birthday, and now he was setting them out on the table. Each was exactly like the rest, except one, who had but one leg. He had been cast last of all, and there had not been quite enough tin to finish him, but he stood as firmly on one leg as the others did on their two, and it was he whose fortune became so remarkable. On the table on which the tin soldiers were being set out, there were many other toys, but the nicest of all was a pretty little castle made of cardboard. Through its tiny windows, one could see right into the rooms. In front of the castle stood little trees clustering around a small mirror, which was meant to represent a transparent lake. Waxen swans swam on its surface, and it reflected their image. All this was very pretty, but prettiest of all was the little lady who stood at the open door to the castle. She too was cut out of cardboard, but she had on a dress of the finest gauze, with a narrow blue ribbon over her shoulder like a scarf, fastened in the middle with a shining tinsel rose. The little lady was stretching out both of her arms, for she was a dancer, and was lifting one leg so high that the soldier could see nothing of it. He thought it, like himself, she had but one leg. Be just the wife for me, he thought, if she were not so grand. But she lives in a castle, while I live only in a box. And there were 25 of us in that. It would be no place for her. Still, I must make her acquaintance. And so he lay down at full length behind the snuff box on the table, where he could easily watch the dainty little lady, who continued to stand on one leg without losing her balance. When the evening came, all the other 10 soldiers were put away in their box, and the people of the house went to bed. Now the playthings began to play in their turn. They visited, fought battles, gave balls,
The tin soldiers rattled in their box, for they wanted to join the rest, but they could not lift the lid. The nutcracker turned somersaults, and the slate pencil ran about on the slate. There was such a din that the canary woke and began to speak in a verse too. The only ones who did not stir from their places were the tin soldiers and the lady dancer. She stood on tiptoe with outstretched arms, and he was just as persevering on his one leg. He never once turned his eyes away from her. 12 o'clock struck, and crash! Up sprang the lid of the snuff box. There was no snuff in it, but a little black goblin. You see, it was not a real snuff box, but a jack-in-the-box. Tin soldier, said the goblin, keep thine eyes to thyself. Don't stare at what does not concern thee. But the tin soldier pretended not to hear. Very well, you just wait till tomorrow, said the goblin. The next morning, when the children got up, the tin soldier was placed on the window ledge. Whether it was the goblin or the wind that did it, all at once the window flew open and the tin soldier fell head foremost from the third story to the street below. It was a tremendous fall. Over and over he turned in the air till he landed at last on his head with his bayonet sticking fast between two paving stones, while his one leg stood upright in the air. The maidservant and the little boy ran down to look for him, but they nearly trod on him. They could not find him. If the soldier had only called out, "Here I am," they might have easily enough found him, but he did not think it becoming to cry out for help because he was in uniform. Now it began to rain. Faster and faster came the drops till it became a regular downpour. When it was over, two street boys came by. "Look here," said one. "Here lies a tin soldier. He shall have a sail and a boat." So they made a boat out of old newspaper and put the tin soldier in the middle of it, and away he sailed down the gutter, while the two boys ran along beside him, clapping their hands. Goodness, how the waves rocked that paper boat, and how swift the current was. The tin soldier became quite giddy. The boat veered around so quickly. Still he moved not a muscle, but looked right straight before him and held his bayonet firmly. All at once the boat passed into a drain, and it became dark as his own home in the box. "Where am I going?" thought he. "Yes, it be sure I must go. It must all be that goblin's doing. Ah, if the little lady were but sailing with me in the boat, I would not care if it was twice as dark." Just then a great water rat that lived under the drain came out. "Have you your passport?" asked the rat. "Where's your passport?" But the tin soldier kept silent and only held his bayonet tighter than ever. The boat sailed on, but the rat followed. Whew! How he gnashed his teeth and shouted to the sticks and straws, "Stop him, stop him! He hasn't paid the toll. He hasn't shown me his passport." But the current became swifter and swifter. Already the tin soldier could see the daylight at the point where the tunnel ended. But at the same time he heard a rushing, roaring noise, at which a bolder man might well have trembled. Think where the tunnel ended,
The drain would widen into a great canal. It was dangerous for the soldier, as sailing down a mighty waterfall would be for us. He was now so near it that he could not stop. The boat dashed on. The tin soldier held himself so stiff and straight that no one might say of him that he was so much as winked an eye. 3 or 4 times the boat whirled around and around. It was full of water to the brim, and most certainly sinking. The toy soldier stood up to his neck in water. Deeper and deeper sank the boat, and softer grew the paper, and now the water closed over the soldier's head. He thought of the pretty little dancer whom he should never see again, and in his ears rang the words of a song. Fare thee well, thy valiant stranger, thou goest into mortal danger. The paper boat parted in the middle, and the tin soldier fell down. But at that moment he was swallowed by a giant fish. Oh, how dark it was inside the fish, darker than it had been in the drain, and so narrow. The tin soldier retained his courage. He lay at full length, shouldering his bayonet as before, and to and fro swam the fish. Then he made the strangest movement and became quite still. Something like a flashing of lightning passed through him, and a voice said, "Tin soldier!" The fish had been caught, taken to the market, sold and bought, and taken to the kitchen, where the cook had cut it open with a large knife, seized the tin soldier between her fingers, rubbed and carried him to the room where the family sat, and were all there eager to see the wonderful, wonderful man who had traveled about in the stomach of a fish. But the tin soldier remained unmoved. He was not at all proud. They sat him upon the table there, but how could so curious a thing have happened? The soldier was in the very same room in which he had been before. He saw the same children, the same toys stood upon the table, and among them was the castle with the pretty dancing maiden. She was still balancing herself on one leg. She too was steadfast. That touched the soldier's heart. He could have wept in tears, but that would have not been proper. He looked at her, and she looked at him, but neither spoke a word. And now one of the little boys took the tin soldier and threw him into the stove. He gave no reason for doing so, but no doubt the goblin in the snuff box had something to do with it. The tin soldier stood now in a blaze of red light. The heat he felt was terrible, but whether it proceeded from the fire or from the love in his heart, he did not know. He saw that the colors were quite gone from his uniform, but whether that happened in the journey or it caused by grief, no one could say. He looked at the little lady. She looked at him, and he felt himself melting as he stood firm with his bayonet on his shoulder. Then suddenly the door flew open, and a draft caught the dancer, and she flew straight up in a flame and was gone. Then the tin soldier melted down into a little lump, and in the ashes the maid found him the next day in the shape of a little tin heart, while one of the dancers nothing remained save the tinsel rose that was burned as black as coal. Called Hop, on my thumb. Once upon a time there was a matchmaker and his wife who had 7 children, all boys, bless their heart, and the oldest was but 10 years old, and the youngest but 7. They were very poor, and their 7 children were a great burden to them, because not one of them was able to earn his own living. What worried them still more was that the youngest was so delicate a fellow who hardly ever spoke. They took for stupidity his silence, which was really a sign of good sense. He was tiny too. When he was born, he was no bigger a man's thumb. So they called him Hop on my thumb. The poor child was the drudge of the whole household and always bore the blame for everything that went wrong. However, he was really the cleverest and the brightest of all the brothers, and if he spoke a little, he heard and thought all the more. There came now a very bad year, and the famine was so great that these poor people felt obliged to get rid of their children. One evening, when the children had gone to bed, and the matchmaker was sitting with his wife at the fire, he said to her, with his heart ready to burst with grief, "You see, we plainly can no longer give our children food, and I can't bear to see them die of hunger before my eyes. I am resolved to lose them in the forest tomorrow. This may very easily be done, for while they are amusing themselves and tying up sticks, we only have to slip away and leave them without their taking any notice." "Ah," cried the wife, "do you think you could really take out your children and lose them?" In vain her husband reminded her of their extreme poverty. She would not consent to it. She was poor, but she was their mother. At last, when she reflected what a grief it would be to see her children die of hunger, she consented and went weeping to bed. Hop on my thumb heard all they had said, for when he heard, as he was laying in bed, that they were talking of their affairs, he got up and softly slipped under his father's stool to hear without being seen. He went to bed again, but did not sleep a wink all the rest of the night, thinking of what he should do. He got up early in the morning and went to the bank of the brook, where he filled his pockets full of small white pebbles. Then he went back home. They all set out, but Hop on my thumb did not say a word to any of his brothers about what he had heard. They went into the very thick forest, where they could not see another 10 paces apart. The matchmaker began to cut wood, and the children to gather up the sticks to make the matches. When their father and mother saw them busy with their work, they slipped away from them little by little and made their escape all at once by a winding bypass. When the children found that they were alone, they began to cry bitterly. Hop on my thumb, he let them cry, knowing very well how he could get home again, for as he came he dropped the little white pebbles he had had in his pocket all along the way. Then he said to them, "Do not be afraid, my brothers. Father and mother have left us here, but I will lead you home again. Only follow me." They followed him, and he brought them home through the forest by the very same way which they had come. At first they dared not go in, but they stood outside the door and listened to what their father and mother were saying. Just as the matchmaker and his wife reached home, the lord of the manor had sent them 10 crowns, which he had owed them for a very long time, and which they had never expected to get. This gave them new life, for the poor people were almost famished with hunger. As it was a long since they had eaten, the woman brought as much meat as would satisfy 6 or 8 persons. When they had satisfied their hunger, she said, "Alas, where are our poor children now? They would make a good feast on what we have left." William, who was wishing to lose them, "I told you we should repent of it. What are they doing now in the forest? Alas, perhaps wolves have already eaten them up. You are very cruel to have lost your children in this way." The matchmaker grew very impatient at last, for she repeated this more than 20 times, that they should repent of it, and that she had told him so. He threatened to beat her if she didn't hold her tongue. The matchmaker was perhaps even more sorrier than his wife, but she teased him, and he could not endure her telling him that she was in the right all the time. She wept bitterly, saying, "Alas, where are my children now? My poor children!" She said this once so very loudly that the children who were at the door heard her cry out, and they cried back all together, "Here we are! Here we are!" She ran quickly to let them in, and as she embraced them, she said, "How happy I am to see you again, my dear children. You must be very tired and hungry. And you, little Peter, you are all dirty. Come and let me get you clean again." Peter was her eldest boy, whom she loved more than all the rest, because he had red hair like her own. They sat down at the table and ate with an appetite which pleased both father and mother, to whom they told, speaking all at once, how frightened they had been in the forest. The good people were delighted to see their children once more, and this joy, combined with the 10 crowns, lasted. But when the money was all gone, they fell back again into their former anxiety and resolved to lose their children again, and that they might suffer, or that they might be sure of doing it, they decided to take them much further off. They could not talk of this so secretly that they were overheard by Hop o' my Thumb, who counted on getting out of the difficulty as he had before. But very early the next morning to go pick up some little pebbles. He could not carry out his plan, for he found the house and the door double locked. He did not know what to do. But a little later, when his father had given each of them a piece of bread for their breakfast, it came into his head that he could make his bread do instead of the pebbles by dropping crumbs all along the way as they went. So he put it into his pocket. As their father and mother led them into the thickest and gloomiest part of the forest, and then stealing away into a bypass left them there, Hop o' my Thumb did not worry. He had a plan. He thought he could easily find his way back, by means of which his bread that he had scattered all along the way. But he was very much surprised when he could not find a single crumb. The birds had come and eaten it all. They were now in great trouble, for the further they went, the more they went wrong, and deeper they got into the forest. Night came, and with it a high wind, which frightened them desperately. They fancied they heard on every side the howling of wolves coming to eat them. They hardly dared to speak or turn their heads. Then There came a heavy rain, which wet them to the skin. Their feet slipped at every step, and they fell into the mud, getting themselves so covered with dirt that they could not even get it off their hands. Hop-o'-my-thumb climbed to the top of the tree to see if he could discover anything. Searching on every side, he saw at last a glimmering light, like that of a candle, but a very long way off and beyond the forest. He came down, but when he was upon the ground, he could not see it. This discouraged him very much. But finally, when he had been walking for some time with his brothers towards that side on which he had seen the light, he caught sight of it again as he came out of the woods. They at last came to a house where this candle was, although not without many frights, for they lost sight of it every time they came into a hollow, which was very often. They knocked at the door, and a kind woman came to open it. She asked them what they wanted, and Hop-o'-my-thumb told her that they had lost their way in the forest and begged to stay and sleep there for charity's sake. The woman saw how pretty they were. She began to weep and said to them, "Alas, poor children, you do not know what kind of place you have come to. Do you not know this home belongs to a cruel ogre who eats cats up and little children?" "Alas, dear madam," answered Hop-o'-my-thumb, who was trembling in every limb, as were his brothers too. "What shall we do? The wolves in the forest will surely devour us if you refuse us shelter here, and so we would rather the gentleman should eat us. Perhaps you will have pity on us if you are so kind as to entreat him for us." The ogre's wife, who believed she could hide them from her husband till morning, let them come in, and then warmed themselves at a very good fire, before which a whole sheep was being roasted for the ogre's supper. As they were beginning to get warm, they heard 3 or 4 great raps at the door. This was the ogre who was coming home. His wife hurried the children under the bed to hide them, and went to open the door. The ogre at once asked if the supper was ready and the wine drawn, and sat down at the table. The sheep was raw still, but he liked it all the better for that. But in a minute or two he sniffed about to the right. He sniffed about to the left. "I smell fresh meat. I smell fresh meat." "What do you smell?" said his wife. "Must be the calf which I have just killed and dressed." "I smell fresh meat, I tell you once more," said the ogre, looking crossly at his wife. "There's something here which I do not understand." As he spoke the words, he got up from the table and went straight to the bed. "Ah," he said, "that is how you thought to cheat me, wench. I do not know why I don't eat you up too. It is well for you that you're old and tough. Here is game which comes just in season, and entertain 3 ogre friends of mine who are to pay me a visit in a day or 2. With that, he dragged them from under the bed, one by one. The poor children fell upon their knees and begged for pardon, but they had to deal with the most cruel of ogres, who, far from having any pity for them, had already devoured them with his eyes, and now he told his wife that they should be dainty morsels when she served them up with a good sauce. Then he fetched a great knife and began to sharpen it on a great wet stone which he held in his left hand, and all the while he came nearer and nearer to the poor children. He had already taken hold of one of them. When his wife said to him, "Why do you need to do it it at this time of night? Is it not tomorrow time enough? Hold your prating, said the ogre. They will grow more tender if they are kept a little while after they are killed. But you have so much meat already, replied the wife. Here are a calf, 2 sheep, and half a pig. You're right, said the ogre. Give them all a good supper, that they may not get thin, and put them to bed. Whew. The good woman was overjoyed at this and gave them a good supper, but they were so afraid that they could not eat a bite. As for the ogre, he sat down again to drink, well pleased that he had such a feast, which was a treat to treat his friends. He drank a dozen glasses more than usual, which went to his head, and he soon obliged him to go to bed. The ogre had 7 daughters who were still little children. These young ogresses had all of them very fine complexions because they ate raw meat like their father, but they had small gray eyes and quite round hooked noses, wide mouths, and very long, sharp teeth set very far apart from each other. They were not very wicked yet, but they gave promise of becoming so, for they had already bitten little children. They had been plurally all 7 in one great bed, each with a crown of gold upon her head. There was another bed of the same size in the room, and in this the ogre's wife put the 7 little boys, and then went to bed herself along with her husband. Hop o' my Thumb took notice that the ogre's daughters all had crowns of gold on their heads, and he was so afraid lest the ogre should repent his not killing them and get up about midnight and take his brother's caps and his own, and went softly and put them on the heads of the 7 little ogresses. But first he took off their crowns of gold and put them on his own head and the heads of his brothers, so that the ogre might take them for his daughters. Oh dear, whom he wanted to kill. Everything turned out just as he had thought, for the ogre, waking about midnight, began to feel sorry that he had been put off from killing the boys till the morning, when he might done it overnight. So he jumped up quickly out of bed, taking his great knife. Let us see, he said, how our little rogues are getting on, and do the job up at once. He groped his way up to his daughter's room and went to the bed where the little boys lay fast asleep, except Hop o' my Thumb, who was terribly afraid when he found the ogre fumbling about his head as he had done about his brothers. When he felt the golden crowns, he said, Truly, I should have done a pretty piece of work last night. It is perfectly evident that I drank too much wine then. Next he went to the bed where the girls lay, and when he felt the boys' caps, he said, Ah, my merry lads, here you are, let's get to work. And saying these words, without more ado, he the throats of his 7 daughters. Well pleased with what he had done, he went back to bed again. As soon as Hop o' my Thumb heard the ogre snore, he woke up his brothers and told them to put on their clothes quickly and follow him. They stole down the stairs softly and into the garden and got over the wall. They ran almost all night, trembling all the while and without knowing where they were going. The ogre, when he woke, said to his wife, Go up and dress those young rascals who came here last night. The ogress, who was very much surprised at this goodness in her husband, not dreaming the manner in which she was to dress them, but thinking he had ordered her to go up and put on their clothes, she went up and was horrified when she saw her daughters. She fell in a faint. The ogre, fearing that his wife would be too long in doing what he had ordered, went up himself to help her. He was no less amazed than his wife at the frightful spectacle. "Ah, what have I done?" he cried. "But the wretches shall pay for it. That!" And instantly he threw a pitcher of water upon his wife's face, and as soon as she came to herself, she said, "Bring me quickly my 7-league boots, that I may go and catch them." He went into the country, and after running in all directions, he turned at last to the very road where the poor children were, not more than 100 paces from their father's house, to which they were running. They espied the ogre, who went at one step from mountain to mountain to over rivers as easily as the narrowest brook. Hop o' my Thumb, seeing the hollow rock near the place where they were, made his brothers hide in it, crowded into it himself, watching always to see what would become of the ogre. The ogre, who found himself very tired with his long and fruitless journey, for 7 leagues boots were very tiring to wear, had a great mind to rest himself, and happened to sit down upon the very rock where the little boys hid themselves. He was so completely worn out, he fell asleep and began to snore so frightfully that the poor children were no less afraid of him than when he held up his great knife. Hop o' my Thumb was not so much frightened as his brothers. He told them to run quickly home while the ogre was asleep, and not to worry about him. They took his advice and soon got home safely. Hop o' my Thumb went up to the ogre, pulled off his boots gently, and put them on his own legs. They were very long and large, but as they were fairy boots, they had a gift of becoming big or little, according to the legs of those who wore them. So they fit his feet and legs as well as if they had been made on purpose for him. As soon as Hop o' my Thumb had made sure of the ogre's 7 leagues boots, he went to the palace and offered his services to carry orders from the king to his army, which was a great way off, and to bring them back the quickest accounts of the battle they were just at the time fighting with the enemy. He thought he could be of more use to the king than any of his mail coaches, and so might make his fortune in this manner. He succeeded so well that in a short time he had made money enough to keep himself, his father and mother, and 6 brothers, without their having to tire themselves out with working for the rest of their lives. When he went home to his father's house, where he was welcomed with great joy, as the great fame of his boots had been talk of the court by this time, and the king sent for him and employed him on the greatest affairs of state, so that he became one of the richest men in the kingdom. And now let us see what has become of the ogre. He slept so soundly that he never knew that his boots were gone, but he fell from the corner of the rock where Hop o' my Thumb and his brothers had left him, and bruised himself so badly from head to foot that he could not stir. So he was forced to stretch himself out at full length and wait for someone to come and help him up. Now, a good many matchmakers passed near the place where the ogre lay, and when they heard him groan, they went up to ask him what was the matter. But the ogre had eaten so many children in his lifetime that he had grown very big and fat, and that these men could not have carried even one of his legs, so they were forced to leave him there. At last, night came on, and then a large serpent came out of the woods nearby and stung him, so that he passed away in great pain. And soon Hop o' my Thumb heard the ogre's death, and he told the king, whose great
favorite he had become, all the good about the good-natured ogress had done to save the lives of himself and his 7 brothers, the king was so much pleased heard that he asked Hop o' my Thumb what favors he could bestow upon her. Hop o' my Thumb thanked his majesty and desired that the ogress might have the noble title of Duchess of Druggletail given to her, which was no sooner asked than granted. The ogress then came to court and lived happily for many years, enjoying the vast fortune she found in the ogre's chest. As for Hop o' my Thumb, he grew more witty and brave every day, till at last the king made him the greatest lord in the kingdom and sent him all over in his affairs. 3. Ainsel, and that's in quotation marks. Mistress Lindsay, a widow, and her son Alan, who was a little boy, then lived in a cottage near Rothley. One winter night, Ainsel refused to go to bed with his mother, saying, "I wish to sit up for a little while longer, for I am not a bit sleepy." His mother told him that if he sat up by himself, the old fairy wife would most certainly come and take him away. But the boy laughed at this, and his mother went to bed, leaving him sitting by the fire. He had not been there long, watching the fire and enjoying its cheerful warmth, when the bonny little figure, about the size of a child's doll, hopped down the chimney and alighted on the hearth. The little fellow was somewhat startled at first, but the fairy's smiled as it danced to and fro before him. He soon overcame his fears. At last he inquired, "What do they call thee?" "Ainsel," replied the little thing, tossing its wee head. After a bit, it turned to Alan with the same question. "And what do they call thee?" "My Ainsel," answered Alan. So they began to play together like any 2 children. Their gambols went on till the fire began to grow dim. But when Alan took up the poker to stir it, a hot cinder fell accidentally upon the foot of his playmate. Her tiny voice was instantly raised to a most terrifying yell, and Ainsel had scarcely time to crouch into the box bed behind his mother before the voice of the old fairy wife was heard shouting, "Who's done it? Who's done it?" "Hoot! It was my Ainsel," answered the tiny fairy. "Why then," said her mother, as she kicked up the chimney, "what's all this noise for? There is no one to blame but thine Ainsel." That is, Ainsel means thine own self. Now, once upon a time there was a queen so old and ugly, so bent down under the weight of years and infirmities, that she grew very weary of life, unless her youth could be renewed to her. A fairy who had been present at her birth now paid the queen a visit, and told her that if she could find a young girl willing to change places with her majesty, to give her bloom and youth in exchange for the queen's old age and scepter, then the fairy, by one wave of her hand, would fulfill the desire. The queen was delighted, for she would much rather be poor and young and healthy than a rich queen who was too old and sick to enjoy life. She therefore ordered the strictest search to be made throughout her domains for a young girl who would be willing to give her youth in exchange for age, infirmities, and riches. It was not long before several discontented and ambitious girls came to accept the offer. But when they saw how feeble and helpless the old queen was, how she could eat nothing but gruels and soups, how wrinkled and withered she was, how many times she said things over and over again, how she tottered about on her double bent over her cane, they said they preferred their own conditions, poor and humble as they were, to the riches of 100 years of her majesty. Afterwards, they came some persons of a still more ambitious nature. To these the queen promised grand titles, high honors. At first they were very willing, but when they had stayed a short time with her majesty, they left the room shaking their heads, saying, "Oh, of what use would all the queen's possessions be to us, since we would then be so disfigured and so ugly that we should be ashamed to show ourselves to anyone?" At length, a young maiden from a country village presented herself. She was exceedingly beautiful and declared herself willing to accept the crown in exchange for her youth. Her name was Peronella. At first, the queen was very angry at her presumption, for the girl was very poor. But, after all, what did it matter when the queen's purpose was to grow young again? So she proposed to Peronella to divide the kingdom with her. "You shall have one half, and I'll have the other," she said. "Surely that is enough for you, who are but a poor country girl." "No," replied Peronella, "that will not satisfy me at all. I will have the whole, or I will remain a country girl, strong and beautiful and active, while you keep your wrinkles and your 100 years." "But," said the queen, "what shall I do if I give you my whole kingdom?" "Do?" said Peronella. "Your majesty will laugh and dance, and I will and sing as I do." And she laughed and danced and sang before her. The queen could do nothing like this, and she asked Peronella how she would amuse herself if she were queen, for she knew nothing of the infirmities of age. "I really can't be quite sure for what I would do," answered Peronella, "but I have a great mind to try the experiment, for everyone says it is such a fine thing to be queen." While the queen and Peronella were coming to an agreement, the fairy entered the room and said to the country girl, "Are you really willing to make the trial and see what it is like to be queen, extremely rich, and 100 years old?" "I have no objections," said Peronella. In a single instant her skin became wrinkled, her hair turned gray, her teeth dropped out, her back was bent doubled, and she felt herself becoming helpless and crippled and ill-natured. She was already 100 years old. The fairy touched a bell, and the crowd of officers and courtiers trooped in, all richly dressed, to do homage to the queen and fulfill her wish. A stupendous repast was set before her, but she had not the least appetite, and besides, she could eat nothing but soups and gruel. She did not know what to say or how to behave, and was ashamed of the figure she must be making, especially as she sat where she could see herself in a looking glass, and knew all the time how very ugly she was. In the meanwhile, the real queen stood in a corner, smiling all the time to see how fresh and comely she had become. Her hair was beautiful, her skin was soft and rosy, her teeth were white and firm, and her figure was strong and tall. She could skip about and was as nimble as a deer, but she was dressed in a coarse, rough, short petticoat, and her cap and apron were poor and torn. She scarcely dared to move in such clothes as these, and the guards, who never allowed such counterfuge, rugged-looking people within the palace gates, pushed her about with the greatest rudeness. Peronella, who was watching her now, said, "I see it is quite dreadful to be you, not to be queen, and it is still more so to me to be one. Pray take your crown again, and give me my ragged
petticoats. The change was immediately made. The queen grew old again, and Peronella was young and blooming, as she had been before. Hardly had taken place when each had begun to repent of her haste and wished she tried a little longer. But it was now too late. The fairy required them to remain forever in their own conditions. The queen cried all day long over her aches and pains, saying, "Alas, if I were but Peronella, I should, it is true, sleep in a poor cottage and live on potatoes, but I should dance with the shepherds under a shady elm to the music of a flute. Of what use is this bed of down to me, since it gains me neither sleep nor ease, or so many attendants, since they cannot make me comfortable?" So the queen's fretfulness increased her pain, nor could the 12 physicians who constantly attend her be of the least service. She passed away about 2 months later. Peronella was dancing with her companions on the fresh grass by the side of a flowing stream when she heard the news of the queen's death. She said to them, "How fortunate I was in preferring my own humble lot to that of the queen." Shortly after, Peronella was wooed by 3 suitors who wanted to marry her. One was an old man, peevish and cross, and a man of high distinction, but so jealous that he would never let her out of his sight. The second was a handsome and of a good family, but uh, impractical and wasteful. He would be careless of his wife's comfort. The third was a young shepherd of her own rank, who loved her dearly and could give her a good, simple home in her own village. Peronella was tempted by the riches at first, and the good looks and promise of the second, but she remembered how miserable she had been as queen, and married the shepherd, and they lived a simple, happy life for many long years. Fair Goldilocks. There was once a king's daughter who was so beautiful that nothing in the world could compare to her, and because she was so beautiful, and because her hair was finer than spun gold and fell in waves to her feet, she was called Princess Goldilocks. She was always wore a crown of flowers. Her dress was embroidered with diamonds and pearls, and everyone who ever saw her loved her. In the neighboring country there lived a young king who was not married and who was very handsome and very rich. And when he heard all that was said about fair Goldilocks before he had ever seen her, he had fallen so deeply in love with her that he could neither eat nor drink for thinking of her. He determined to send an ambassador to ask for her hand in marriage. He had a splendid coach made for his ambassador, and giving him more than 100 horses and 100 servants, he charged him well to bring the princess back with him. After the ambassador had departed, nothing else was talked of at the court but his mission. The king felt sure of Goldilocks's consent, and he sent forth his people to make beautiful dresses for her and splendid furniture for her suite of rooms. Meanwhile, the ambassador reached her court and delivered his message, but either the princess did not happen to be in good humor that day, or the offer did not suit her fancy, for she told the ambassador that she thanked the king, but she had no desire to marry. The ambassador left the princess's court feeling very much cast down at his failure. He was bringing back all the gifts that the king had sent for the princess, was too well brought up to accept pearls and diamonds when she was refusing the king. But in order to not give offense, she kept a little package of English pens. When the ambassador reached the king's capital, where the king was waiting impatiently, everyone was in great distress because he had not brought fair Goldilocks back with him.
The king wept like a child, and no one could console him. Now there was at court a young man who was handsomer and more gifted than anyone else in the kingdom. Because of his grace and his ready wit, he was called Charming. Everyone liked him, except the few people who were jealous of him. The king showed him favor and made him his confidant. One day, Charming was with some people who were talking about the ambassador's return and saying that his visit did not seem to have done much good. Without thinking very much of what was saying, Charming remarked, "If the king had sent me to Princess Goldilocks, I'm sure she would have come back with me." Then these tales ran straight to the king, and he said, "Your Majesty, what do you think Charming has been saying? That if he had been sent to Princess Goldilocks, he would have brought her back with him. Did you ever hear such impudence? He thinks he is handsomer than you, that she should have fallen so deeply in love with him that she would have followed him anywhere." The king was beside himself with anger. "Ha, ha," he said, "so this spoiled youngster laughs at my misfortune, does he, and thinks himself better than his king? Go and put him in my great tower and let him die of hunger." The king's guards went to fetch Charming, who had quite forgotten his idle speech, and dragged him off to prison with all kinds of violence. The poor boy had only a little straw for his bed, and he would have died there had it not been for a little stream which flowed through the tower, at which he could get water to cool his parched tongue. One day, when he was in despair, he cried aloud, "What can I have done to offend the king? He is not more faithful subject than I. I have never done anything to harm him." The king happened to be passing near the tower and heard the voice of his former favorite. He stopped to listen in spite of the efforts of Charming's enemies, who tried to persuade him to have nothing to do with the traitor. But the king said, "Let me alone. I want to hear what he is saying." And the sound of Charming's laments, tears, filled the king's eyes, and he opened the tower door, calling to him. Charming came forward in a pitiable state, throwing himself at the king's feet, and said, "What have I done, sire, to deserve this cruel treatment? You mocked me and my ambassador." He said, "You said if you had been sent for Princess Goldilocks, you would have brought her back. It is true, your Majesty. I should have told her so much about you and your good qualities that she would not have been able to refuse you, but I cannot see what there is in that displeases you." When the king considered it from this point of view, he could not see anything in making him angry, and now began to frown fiercely on those who had made him believe ill of his favorite. He took the boy away with him, repenting deeply the wrong he had done, and when he had seen to it that Charming had a great supper, he called him to his private room and said, "Charming, I am as much in love as ever with Goldilocks. Her refusal has made no difference in my feelings, but I do not know how to gain her consent. I should like to send you to see if you could succeed." Charming replied that he was ready to fulfill the king's least wish and would set out that next morning. "But wait," said the king, "I want to provide you with a fine escort." "There is no need for that," answered Charming. "I want only a good horse and letters from you." The king was delighted at his willingness to start so soon and provided him with what he needed. It was Monday morning that he started out alone, thinking always as he went how he should persuade Princess Goldilocks to marry the king. In his pocket he carried a writing tablet, and whenever a happy thought occurred to him, he dismounted from his horse, sat down under the tree to write it, so that he might be sure not to forget anything which might be of use in his speech to the princess. One morning, when he had started early, As he was crossing a great meadow, he had a capital idea. So he sprang from his horse, sat down under a willow tree by a little spring, and when he had written it down, he began to look about him and admire the pretty place where he stopped. Then he saw a great golden carp panting and gasping on the grass, and leaping after little flies. It had jumped too far and was lying on the bank, almost perished. Charming was sorry for it and thought he might have carried it away for dinner. He picked it up and gently put it back in the stream. It sank to the bottom, drinking in the cool, refreshing waters, and then it swam happily to the bank and said, "Charming, I thank you for your kindness. You've shown me, but for you I should have died. By this act you have saved my life, and one day I will repay you." With these words, it plunged into the water again, leaving Charming greatly surprised at its politeness. Another day, and he was going on his way, he saw a raven in the great distance. The poor bird was being pursued by a great eagle. He would have soon been caught and eaten up had Charming not quickly taken his bow and arrow and shot the eagle. The raven perched joyfully on the tree. "Charming," he said, "it was very generous of you to come to my aid. I shall not forget. Some day I will repay you." Charming thought this was very kind of the raven, and he went on his way. Before sunrise one morning, when it was so dark that he could hardly see his way, he heard an owl crying out as though it were in distress. "Hark," he said, "that owl seems to be in great trouble. It must be caught in a snare." So he began hunting about and soon found the great net spread by some fowlers. "What a pity it is that men do nothing but torment and persecute poor creatures that never do any harm to them," he said. And taking out his knife, he cut the cords, and the owl flitted away, but came back quickly and said, "Charming, I need not tell you what a great service you have done me. At daybreak, the fowlers would have come and caught me. Without your help, I should have been killed. I am grateful, and one day I shall repay you." There were 3 chief adventurers that happened to Charming on his journey. He made all possible speed to reach the palace of the fair Goldilocks. When he arrived there, he dressed himself with the greatest care in the suit of rich brocade, and put on a hat with scarlet plume over his shoulder, and through an embroidered scarf he carried on his arm a basket in which was a pretty little dog that he had bought on the way. He looked so handsome and happy when he presented himself at the palace gate that the guard paid him great respect and sent in a hasty announcement to Princess Goldilocks that Charming, ambassador of her neighbor king, had desired to see her. "Charming," repeated the princess. "The name has promise. Well, I am sure he is handsome and that everyone likes him." "Indeed, that is true," said all of her maids of honor at once. "We saw him from the window of the garret where we were spinning flax, and we could do nothing but look at him as long as he was in sight." "So that's the way you spend your time, is it?" replied the princess, gazing out of the window at handsome strangers. "Go quickly and get my blue satin embroidered dress. Let one of you comb my hair and another make me a fresh garland of flowers. Get me my high-heeled shoes and my fan, and tell them to sweep the hall in front of my throne. I want him to find me in true, fair Goldilocks." All of the maids rushed away, and that was to make the princess ready. They were in such a hurry that they ran into and hindered one another. However, at last the princess was passed into her gallery of mirrors to make sure that everything was as it should be. She mounted her throne of gold and ebony and ivory and told her ladies to take their guitars and to play and sing softly. Charming was led into the audience room and stood so dazzled with admiration that at first he could not speak. Presently he took courage and delivered his speech eloquently, pleading with the princess to spare him the unhappiness of returning without her. Sir Charming, all the reasons which you have given me are very good, and I assure you I should take more pleasure in obliging you than in obliging anyone else. But you must know that a month ago, as I was walking by the river with my ladies, I took off my glove, and as I did so, a ring slipped from my finger and rolled into the river. This ring was more precious to me than my kingdom, and you may imagine how distressed I was to lose it. I vowed never to listen to any proposal of marriage unless the ambassador first brought back my ring. So now you see what you have before you. For if you talk to me for 15 days and 15 nights, you could not make me change my mind. Charming was very much surprised by this answer, but he bowed low to the princess and begged her to accept the embroidered scarf and the little dog he had brought with him. But she said she did not wish any presents and bade him think of what she had just told him. When he got back to his room, he went to bed without eating any supper, and his little dog, who was called Frolic, would not eat any either, but came and lay down beside him all night long, tossing back and forth. How am I going to find a ring that fell into the river a month ago? It is so useless to try. She has chosen to set me a task which she knows is impossible. And he sighed again. Frolic heard him and said, My dear master, do not despair. You are too good not to be happy. Let us go down to the river as soon as it is day. Charm petted the dog a little and said nothing, but after a while he fell asleep. At dawn, Frolic began to jump about and woke his master, and they went down to the river together and wandered up and down. Charming was thinking sadly of starting for home when he heard someone calling, Charming, Charming. He looked all about and thought he must be dreaming, for he could not see anybody. He walked on, and again he heard the voice calling, Charming, Charming. Who is it? Frolic, who ran to see. All I can see is a golden carp. And there, to be sure, was the great carp. And I spoke to Charming. You saved my life in the meadow by the willow tree, and I promised to repay you. See, dear Charming, here is Princess Goldilocks' ring. Charming stooped down and took the ring from the carp's mouth, thinking it over and over again, and then he and Frolic went straight to the palace. Someone told the princess that he was asking to see her. Ah, poor boy, he said, he has come to say goodbye. He has doubtless decided that it is impossible to do what Charming came in and said, Princess, I have done your bidding. Will it please you to accept the king as my master, as your husband? The princess saw her ring brought back to her unhurt. She was so astonished that she thought she must be dreaming. Surely, Sir Charming, you must be a favorite of some fairy, or you could never have found it. Madam, he replied, I know no fairy, but I have a great desire to obey your wishes. Then since you are so willing, you must do me another service. Otherwise, I will never marry. Not far from here, there is a prince called Galifron, who was determined to marry me. When I refused, he uttered most terrible threats that he would lay waste to my kingdom. But how can I accept him? He is a giant, taller than a tower, and thinks no more of eating a man than a monkey does of eating a chestnut. He talks so loud that those who are near him are deaf. I told him that I did not wish to marry, but he has never ceased to persecute me and to kill my subject. So before I listen to your proposal, you must kill him and bring me his head. Charming was somewhat startled by this proposal, but he answered, "Very well, Princess Goldilocks. I will fight this Gallifron. I believe I shall be beaten, but I will die as a brave man." She told Charming everything she could think of to prevent him from undertaking the adventure, but it was all in vain. He withdrew to arm himself properly, and then taking little Frolic with him, he mounted his horse and set out to Gallifron's country. Everyone he met told him what a terrible giant Gallifron was, and how nobody dared go near him. The more he heard about him, the more frightened he became. Frolic tried to encourage him by saying, "Dear master, while you're fighting the giant, I will go up at him and bite his legs, and then when he stoops down to drive me off, you can kill him." Charming admired the little dog's spirit, but knew his help would not amount to much. At last he drew near the giant's castle. All roads leading to it were covered with the bones of men the giant had killed. Before long he saw Gallifron coming through the woods. His head was higher than the tallest tree, and he was striding along, singing in a terrible voice, "Bring out children for me to eat. They are the nicest kind of meat. The more you bring, the better it'll be, for all in the world would not satisfy me." Wow. Then Charming began to sing the same tune. "Come and look upon bold Charming. He does not think you very alarming. Although he's not as big as you, he's come a giant to subdue." When Gilliford heard those words, he looked all around and soon caught sight of Charming standing sword in hand. He flew into a terrible rage and aimed a blow at Charming with his heavy iron club, which would certainly have killed him had it hit him. But at that moment a raven perched on the giant's head and poked out both of his eyes. The giant struck out blindly in every direction, but Charming easily avoided his blows and wounded him so severely with his sword that he fell to the ground. And then he did what Goldilocks had asked, while the raven, who was perched on the tree nearby, said, "You see, I have not forgotten your service you did me in killing the eagle. Today I think I have fulfilled my promise to repay you. It is I who am the debtor to you for your timely help," replied Charming, "and I am very grateful to you." Then he mounted his horse and he rode off. When he came to the town, everyone ran after him. "Here comes brave Charming. He has killed the giant." The princess heard the shouts, but she did not dare to ask what had happened for fear she should be told that Charming had been killed. But soon Charming came in, and the very sight of him surprised the princess. "Princess," said Charming, "I have killed your enemy. I hope you will no longer refuse. The king is my master." "I must," said Fair Goldilocks, "unless you can bring me some water from the grotto of the darkness. This is the very deep cavern, about 6 leagues long, and the entrance is guarded by 2 dragons with fire coming out of their eyes and mouth. When you get inside the gate, you go down into the immense hole full of toads, addlers, and snakes, and at the bottom of this hole is a little cave in which rises the fountain of beauty and health. It is some of this water that I must have. It has wonderful power for those who bathe in it.
If you are beautiful, you will always remain so. If you are ugly, you will become fair. If you are young, you never grow old. And if you are old, you become young. You see, Charming, that I really could not leave my kingdom without carrying some of this water with me. Princess, he said, you are so beautiful that you can never have any need of this water. But I am an unhappy ambassador whose death you desire. I will go in search of what you wish, though I know I shall never return. The poor princess showed no sign of Tuft taking back her request, so Charming set out with his little dog Frolic for the grotto of darkness. Everyone he met on the way said, what a pity to see so handsome a youth throwing away his life so recklessly. He is going to the grotto alone. But if he had 100 men with him, he would never succeed. Why does the princess demand such impossible things? He seemed to pay no attention to them and went along, but he was very sad at heart. At last he came to the top of the mountain from which he had been told one could see the grotto of darkness, and he looked about to find it. He saw a hideous rock, black as ink, with on one smoke was coming, and in a moment one of the fiery dragons appeared. Its body was yellow and green. It had great claws, a long tail that laid 100 coils. Fire was shooting from its mouth and eyes. When Frolic saw the dragon, he was so frightened he didn't know what to do or where to hide. Charming was so resolved to die in the attempt, if need be. He drew back his sword and took out a flask which Princess Goldilocks had given him to fill with water of beauty. As he started for the cavern, he said to Frolic, I feel sure I shall die in an attempt to get this water. When I do not come back to you, go and tell the princess that I have died in an effort to fulfill her wish. Then go to the king, my master, and tell him of my adventures. As he was speaking, he heard a voice call, Charming, Charming, who calls me? Then he noticed an owl sitting in a hollow tree, who said to him, you saved my life. When I saw I was in a net, I promised to repay you. Now I can do it. Give me your flask. I know all the paths through the grotto of darkness, and I will fetch the water of beauty for you. Charming was so delighted to give him the flask that the owl flew into the cavern without any difficulties, and in less than a quarter of an hour returned with the flask full to the brim. Charming thanked him with all his heart and joy and set out to town. He went straight to the palace and presented the flask to Goldilocks, who had nothing more to say. She thanked him, ordered that preparations should be made for her departure, and they soon set out together. The princess found Charming so delightful a company that she sometimes said to him, why did we ever leave my kingdom? I could have made you king. We should have lived happy together. But Charming answered, I could not have done anything to displease my master for all the kingdoms of the earth, though I think you lovelier than the sun. As they reached the king's chief city, and he came out to meet Princess Goldilocks, bringing magnificent presents, the marriage was celebrated with great rejoicing. But Goldilocks was so fond of Charming that she could not be happy unless he was near her, and his praises were always on her lips. If it had not been for Charming, she would say to King, I should never have been here. You ought to be very grateful to him, for he did the most impossible things to win me. Besides, he got me some water from the fountain of beauty, so that I can never grow old, but shall be beautiful always." Then Charming's enemies, who envied him for his good fortune, said to the king, "You don't seem to be jealous, but you have good reason to be. The queen seems to talk and think of no one more than Charming, and how much he did to gain her, as if anybody you had sent could not have done as much." "Now, come to think of it, I believe you're right," said the king. "Let him be chained hand and foot and thrown into the tower." So they took Charming, and as a reward for having served the king so well, he was shut up in the tower, where he saw no one but the jailer, who brought him black bread and water once a day. But little Frolic stayed and comforted him, and brought him all the news. When Goldilocks had heard of Charming's disgrace, she threw herself at the king's feet and begged him to set Charming free. But the more she wept and pleaded, the more angry he became, thinking that she loved Charming. At last she saw that it was no use to plead any more, but she was very sad, and the king took it into his head that perhaps she did not think him handsome enough. So he thought he would bathe his face with the water from the fountain of beauty, which was in the flask on the shelf in the queen's room. She had it put there so that she might look at it often. Now it happened that one of the housemaids, in chasing a spider, had knocked the flask off the shelf, and it had broken, and all the water had been spilled. She swept up the pieces in great haste, and about what to do, when she remembered that she had seen in the king's room a flask just like this, and filled it with clear water. Without saying a word to anyone, she fetched it and placed it on the queen's shelf. Now the liquid in the king's flask was what it used to be, and the kingdom for getting rid of unruly nobles. Instead of having their heads cut off, these nobles had their faces bathed with this water, so they fell asleep and never woke up. So one evening the king, thinking to make himself handsome, took the flask and bathed his face in the water, then fell asleep and never woke up again. Little Frolic was the first to find out what had happened, and he ran to tell Charming, who told him to go to Princess Goldilocks and beg her not to forget her poor prisoner. All the court was in great confusion because of the king's death, but Frolic made his way through the crowd and said to the queen, "Madam, don't forget poor Charming." She remembered all he had done and suffered for her, and without saying a word to anyone, she went straight to the tower, and with her own hands took off Charming's chains, and then placed a crown upon his head, and said, "Come, dear Charming, I make you the king, take you for my husband." Charming threw himself at her feet and thanked her. Everyone was delighted that he should be king. The wedding took place at once, and it was the prettiest ever seen. Prince Charming and Princess Goldilocks lived happily ever after. Sleeping Beauty in the Woods. Once upon a time, there lived in a distant land a king and queen who were very unhappy because they had no children. They were more sorry than words can tell. At last, however, the queen had a daughter, and there was a very fine christening. For her godmothers, the little princess had all the fairies that could be found in the land. They were 7 in all, so that each of them might give her a gift, as was custom of fairies in those days. By this means, the princess would be assured to have all the perfection imaginable. After the christening was over, all the company returned to the palace, where a great feast was spread for the fairies. Before each fairy was placed a magnificent cover with a case of massive gold, in which were a spoon,
a fork, and a knife, all of pure gold, set with diamonds and rubies. But as they were all sitting at the table, they saw coming into the hall a very old fairy who had not been invited because it was more than 50 years since she had been seen out of a certain tower, and she was believed to either be not here anymore or enchanted. The king ordered a cover laid for her, but he could not give her a case of gold, which he had given to the others, for only 7 had been made. The old fairy fancied she was slighted and muttered some threats between her teeth. One of the young fairies who sat beside her heard these threats, and judging that she might give the little princess some unlucky gift, went, as soon as they rose from the table, and hid herself behind the hangings. In this way, she could be the one to speak last and might be able to repair, insofar as it was possible, any evil which the old fairy might intend to do. Meanwhile, the fairies began to bestow their gifts upon the princess. The youngest gave her the gift that she would be the most beautiful person in the world. The next, that she should have the wisdom and understanding of Angel. The third, that she should have wonderful grace in everything that she did. The fourth, that she should dance perfectly. The fifth, that she should sing like a nightingale. And the sixth, that she should play with the greatest charm and skill on every kind of instrument. When the old fairy's turn came, she stepped forward, shaking her head more with spite than with age, and said to the princess should pierce her hand with a spindle and die of the wound. This terrible gift made the whole company began to weep. At this very instant, the young fairy came out from behind the hanging and, in a clear voice, said, "Be it of good cheer, O king and queen, not so shall your daughter die. It is true that I have not the power to undo entirely what my elder has done. The princess shall indeed pierce her hand with a spindle, but instead of dying of the wound, she shall only fall into a deep sleep which shall last 100 years, at the end of which a king's son shall come and wake her." The king resolved to do all in his power to avoid the misfortune told by the old fairy. He immediately issued an edict forbidding anyone on pains of death to spin with a distaff and a spindle, or even to have a spindle in his house. 15 or 16 years afterwards, when the king and queen were at one of their country villas, the young princess was running about the castle. She went from room to room until she came to the top of a tower where a good old woman was sitting alone, spinning with her spindle. This good woman had never heard of the king's edict against spindles. "What are you doing there, good woman?" said the princess. "I am spinning, my pretty child," said the woman, who did not know who she was. "Oh, how pretty!" exclaimed the princess. "How do you do it? Let me see if I can do it." She had no sooner taken the spindle than, either because she was very quick and a trifle heedless, or because of the decree of the fairy had so ordained, she pierced her hand and fell into a swoon. The good old woman, in great alarm, cried out for help. People came running from all directions. They threw water on the little princess's face. They unlaced her. They struck her palm of her hand and rubbed her temples with cologne water, but nothing would bring her to. Then the king, who had come up on hearing the noise, remembered the prediction of the fairies. He knew very well that this must come to pass, since the fairies had decreed it. He had the princess carried into the finest apartment in the palace and laid upon a bed embroidered with gold and silver. Welcome in, Nikki. One would have taken her for a little angel. She was so beautiful. Her cheeks were carnation, and her lips were like coral. Her eyes were closed, it is true, but she was heard to breathe softly, which satisfied those about her that she was not dead. The king gave orders that they should let her sleep quietly until the time came for her to awake. The good fairy who had saved her life by condemning her to sleep 100 years was in the kingdom 12,000 leagues away when this accident happened to the princess. But she was promptly told it by a little dwarf who had a pair of 7-league boots. That is, boots with which he could cover 7 leagues of ground at a single stride. The fairy set out immediately and arrived at the castle about an hour later in a fairy chariot drawn by dragons. The king handed her out of the chariot. She approved everything he had done, but as she had great foresight, she thought that when the princess awoke, she would be much perplexed and troubled at finding herself all alone in this old place. So this is what she did. She touched with her wand everything in the palace except the king and queen, governesses, maids of honor, ladies of the bedchamber, gentlemen, officers, stewards, cooks, scullions, guards, porters, pages, and footmen. She touched also all the horses in the stables with their grooms, and the great mastiff in the courtyard, and even the little poussette that the princess' tiny spaniel that was laying on the bed beside her. The moment she touched them all, they fell asleep, not to wake again until their mistress did. This was done in order that they might be ready to serve her again when she had need of them. Even the spits and the stoop that stood before the spire, as full as they could be, hold of a partridge and pheasant, fell asleep, and the fire itself as well. All this was done in a moment. Fairies are not long in doing their business. And now the king and queen, having kissed their dear child without waking her, left the castle, issuing a proclamation that no one should come near it. These commands were not necessary, for in less than a quarter of an hour there grew up all around the park such a vast number of trees, great and small, and bushes and brambles, twining one within another, that neither man nor beast could pass through, and nothing could be seen but the very top of the tower, of the palace, and that too only from a great distance. Everyone knew that this was the work of the fairy in order to keep the princess while she slept and make sure she had nothing to fear from curious people. 100 years passed, and the kingdom was in the hands of another royal family. The son of the reigning king was hunting one day in part of the country and asked what those towers were, which he saw in the middle of a great dense woods. Everyone answered accordingly, as he had heard. Some said it was an old haunted castle, others that all the witches in the country held their revels there. But the common opinion was that an ogre lived there, and that he carried thither all the children he could catch, securing that no one would follow him, for he alone had the power to make his way through the wood. The prince did not know what to believe, but finally an aged man spoke to him thus: "May it please your highness, more than 50 years ago I heard my father tell that there was in that castle a princess, the most beautiful ever seen, and that she was to sleep there 100 years, and that she would be awakened by a king's son for whom she was waiting." The young prince was all on fire at these words. He had not a moment's doubt that he was the one to carry through this rare adventure, and filled with love and longing for glory, he instantly resolved to look into the matter. As soon as he drew near, all the great trees, the bushes, and the brambles gave way of themselves to let him pass through. He walked towards the castle, which he saw at the end of the long avenue. He looked around. He was surprised to see that none of his people had been able to follow him, for the trees had closed again. As soon as he had passed between them, he did not stop or turn back. For this, a young prince, drawn on by love and desire for glory, is always valiant. He came into a spacious outer court, where the sight that met his eyes was that of a kind of to freeze him with horror. A frightful silence reigned over all. The appearance of death was everywhere, and there was nothing to be seen but the bodies of men and animals stretched out on every side, and apparently lifeless. He noticed, however, that the faces of the guards were ruby, and he knew that they were only asleep. Besides, the goblets standing by them with a few drops of wine left in them plainly showed that they had fallen asleep while drinking their wine. He then crossed the court paved with marble, went up the stairs, and came into the guard room, where soldiers were standing. They were drawn up in ranks with muskets on their shoulders and were snoring loudly. He went through several rooms full of gentlemen and ladies, some standing and others sitting, but all asleep. He entered a gilded chamber and saw on a bed, the curtains of which were drawn back, the most beautiful sight he had ever looked upon. A princess who appeared to be about 15 or 16 years old, and who was dazzlingly beautiful, that she seemed to belong to another world. He approached with trembling and admiration, and fell down upon his knees before her, Sleeping Beauty. Then, as the end of the enchantment was come, the princess awoke and looked tenderly at the young man and said, "Is it you, my prince? You have waited a long while." The prince, charmed with these words, and much more with the manner in which they were spoken, did not know how to show his joy and gratitude. He assured her that he loved her better than himself. Then they forgot all else as they talked together of their love. She was perhaps more prepared for it than he, for it was very probable, though history says nothing of it, that the good fairy, during so long a sleep, had given her pleasant dreams. They talked together for 4 hours, and still they had not said half of what they wished to say. In the meantime, the palace had been awakened with the princess. Everyone thought at once of his particular business, and as they were not in love, they realized that they were extremely hungry. The lady in waiting, who was as hungry as the rest, finally became impatient and announced to the princess that the meal was served. The prince took the princess by the hand. She was magnificently dressed, but he took care not to tell her that her costume was like that of his great-grandmother, as he had seen in pictures. She looked not a bit the less charming and beautiful for it. They had passed into the great hall, lined with mirrors, where they supped, attended by the officers of the princess. The violins and clarinets played old tunes, but they were excellent, though they had not been played for 100 years. After supper, without losing any time, the Lord Almoner married them in the chapel of the castle. When they left the castle the next day to return to the home of the prince, they were followed by all the retainers of the princess. They marched down the long avenue, and the wood opened before them to let them pass through. Outside, they met the prince's followers, who had been waiting with great anxiety and were overjoyed to see their master again. When they had gone a little way, they turned to look back at the castle, but behold, there was no castle to be seen, and no woods. The castle and the woods had vanished, but the prince and princess went happily away, and when the old king and queen died, they reigned on in their stead. The emperor's new clothes. Many years ago, there lived an emperor who was so fond of new clothes that he spent all his money on them. He cared nothing about his soldiers or about the theater or about driving, except for the sake of showing off his new clothes. He had a coat for every hour of the day, and just as they say of a king in the council chamber, the emperor is in his wardrobe. In a great city in which he lived, life was very happy. Every day, many strangers arrived. One day, 2 rogues came who gave themselves out to be weavers and said that they could weave the finest cloth anyone could imagine. Not only were its colors and patterns uncommonly beautiful, but the cloth which were made of this material possessed the wonderful property of becoming invisible to anyone who was not fit for office he held or who was uncommonly stupid. Those must indeed be capital clothes, thought the emperor. If I wore them, I could find out which men in my kingdom were unfit for the office they hold. I could distinguish the wise men from the stupid. Yes, some of that cloth must be woven for me at once. So
He paid both of these rogues a large sum of money in advance so they might begin their work at once. They put up 2 looms and went through all the motions of weaving, but they had nothing on their looms. They also demanded the finest silk and the purest gold thread, all of which they put into their own pockets. And they went on working away at the empty looms all day long. All right, I should now like to know how these weavers are getting on with the staff, thought the emperor. But he felt a little weird when he remembered that anyone who was stupid or unfit for his position would not be able to see it. He felt very sure that he had nothing to fear for himself, but still he preferred to send in someone else first to see how the weavers were getting on. Everybody in town knew what a wonderful power the cloth had, and all were curious to see how bad or how stupid their neighbors were. I will send in my faithful and honored old minister to the weavers, thought the emperor. He can judge the best what the stuff is like, for he is clever, and no one fulfills his duties better than he does. So the good old minister went in the hall where the 2 rogues sat working at an empty loom. Heavens preserve us, thought the old minister, opening his eyes wide. I can't see anything at all. But he did not say so. Both rogues begged him to be so good as to step a little closer and asked if he did not think the pattern and the color were beautiful. They pointed at the empty loom, and poor old minister walked forward, rubbing his eyes, but he could see nothing, for there was nothing there. Mercy on us, he thought. Can I be so stupid? I have never thought so, but nobody must know of it. Can it be that I am not fit for my office? No, it will certainly never do to say that I can't see the cloth. Have you nothing to say about it? Asked one of the weavers. Oh, it is quite beautiful, quite charming, answered the old minister, looking through his spectacles. What a fine pattern! And that color! What a color! Yes, I will tell the emperor that it pleases me very much. Now we're delighted to hear you say so, said both weavers, and then they named all the colors and described all the patterns. The old minister paid great attention that he might be able to repeat to the emperor when he got back. Then the rogues wanted more money, more silk, and more gold to use in their weaving, but they put it all in their own pockets. Not a single thread was ever put on the loom, but they went on working at the empty loom. Soon the emperor sent another worthy statesman to see how the weaving was getting on and how soon the cloth would be finished. It was the same with him as with the first one. He looked, but there was nothing on the loom he could see. Is it not a beautiful piece of cloth? Asked the rogues as they pointed and described the splendid material that was not there at all. I am not stupid, thought the man, so I must be that I am not fit for my good office. It is very strange, but I must not let it be noticed. So he praised the cloth, which he did not see, and expressed to them his delight at the beautiful colors and the charming pattern. Yes, it is perfectly beautiful, he reported to the emperor. Everybody in town was talking of the magnificent cloth. The emperor himself wished to see it while it was still on the loom. With a great
crowd so carefully selected men, among who were the two worthy statesmen who had been before him, he went to visit the cunning rogues who were weaving away with might and aim, but without fiber or thread. "Is it not splendid?" said both the old statesmen. "See, Your Majesty, what pattern, what colors!" And they pointed to the empty loom, for they believed the others could see the cloth quite well. "What?" thought the emperor. "I can't see nothing. This is terrible. I am stupid. I am not fit to be emperor. What would be the most dreadful thing that could happen to me? Oh, it is very beautiful," he said aloud. "It has my highest approval." And then he nodded pleasantly as he examined the empty loom, for he would not say that he could see nothing. He suited his gaze and saw no more than the others. But like the emperor, they all exclaimed, "Oh, it's beautiful, beautiful!" And they advised him to wear the splendid new cloth for the first time in a great procession which would soon take place. "Splendid, gorgeous, magnificent!" went from mouth to mouth. Everyone seemed delighted, and the emperor gave the rogues the title of court weavers of the emperor. During the whole night before the day on which the procession was to take place, the rogues sat up and worked by light of 16 candles. People could see they were hard at work, finishing the emperor's new clothes. They pretended to take the cloth from the loom. They cut into the air with huge scissors. They stitched with needles and no thread. And at last they said, "Now the clothes are finished." The emperor came himself to his noblest courtiers, and each rogue lifted his arm just as if he was holding something and said, "See, here are the trousers, here's the coat, here's the cloak," and so on and so on. It is as light as a spider's web. One would almost think one had nothing on, but that is the very beauty of it. "Yes," said all the courtiers, but they could see nothing, for there was nothing. "Will Your Majesty be graciously pleased to take off your clothes?" said the rogues. "Then we will put on the new clothes here before the great mirror." The emperor took off his clothes, and the rogues pretended to put upon him one garment after another. The emperor turned round and round in front of his mirror. "How well they look! How beautiful they fit!" said everybody. "What material? What color? That is a splendid costume." "The canopy which is to be carried over Your Majesty in the procession is waiting outside," announced the master of the ceremonies. "Well, I'm ready," replied the emperor. "Don't the cloths look well?" as he turned around again in front of the mirror to appear as if he were admiring his costume. The chamberlains who were carrying the train stooped and put their hands near the very floor as if they were lifting it. Then they pretended to be holding something in the air. They would not have noticed that they could see nothing. So the emperor went along with the procession under the splendid canopy, and all of the people in the streets and at the windows said how beautiful the emperor's new clothes are. "The train is splendid, and how well they fit." No one wanted it to be noticed that he could see nothing, for in that case he would be unfit for his office, or else very stupid. None of the emperor's clothes had been such a success as these. But as he had nothing on, but he has nothing on, said a little child. Just hear the innocent, said the father, and each one whispered to his neighbor what the child has said. But he has nothing on, cried out all the people at last. That child ruined the game, right? So he held himself stiffer than ever. This struck the emperor, for it seemed to him that they were right, but he thought to himself, I must go through with the procession now. So he held himself stiffer than ever, and the chamberlains held on tightly, carrying the train, which was not there at all. The Golden Goose. There was once a man who had 3 sons, the youngest of whom was thought to be very stupid and silly. Everybody used to tease him and mock him. One day, the eldest son wanted to go into the forest to hew wood, and before he started, his mother gave him a fine, sweet cake and a bottle of wine to take with him in the forest. In the forest, he met a gray old man who bade him good day and said, Give me a piece of your cake and a sip of your wine, for I am very hungry and thirsty. The prudent youth said, If I give you my cake and wine, I shall have none for myself. Be off with you. And he left the little man standing there and went on his way. He began to cut down a tree, but he had not been working long before he made a false stroke, and the axe cut so deeply into his arm that he had to go home and have it bound up. This was the little gray man's doing. The second son was now the one to go into the forest to cut the wood, and the mother gave him, as she had given the eldest, a sweet cake and a bottle of wine. The little old gray man met him and asked for a piece of cake and a drink of wine, but the second son made the same sensible answer. What if I give you, I cannot have for myself. Be off. And he left the little man standing there and went on his way. His punishment, however, was not delayed. When he had made a few strokes at the tree, he struck himself in the leg and had to be carried home. Then the stupid son said to his father, Father, let me go and cut the wood. The father replied, Your brothers have hurt themselves. Leave it alone. You know nothing about it. But he begged so long that at last the father said, Well, you go, and you will be wiser when you've hurt yourself. His mother gave him a cake made with water and baked in cinders, and with it a bottle of sour beer. When he came to the forest, the little old gray man met him the same way. He greeted him, Give me a piece of your cake and a taste of your wine. I am very hungry and thirsty. I only have a cake baked in ashes, replied the simple youth, and sour beer. If that will suit you, we will sit down and eat together. So they sat down, but when the youth took out his cake, it was a fine, sweet cake, and the sour beer was good wine. They ate and drank. Then the little man said, Because you have a good heart and you are willing to share what you have, I will give you good luck. There stands an old tree. Cut it down and you will find something at the root. Then the old man took leave of him. The youth went and cut down the tree, and when it fell, sitting among the roots was a goose whose feathers were pure gold. He picked it up and taking it with him, went to an inn where he meant to pass the night. The landlord had 3 daughters who, as soon as they saw the goose, was very curious as to what kind of bird it could be and wanted to have one of its golden feathers. The eldest thought to herself, I'll soon find a chance to pull out a feather. And as soon as the youth went out of the room, she seized the goose by the wings, but her hand stuck fast and she could not get away. Very soon the second sister came in, thinking only of how she might pluck a feather for herself, but she had hardly touched her sister when she found herself held fast. And at last the third sister came also with the same intention, when the others screamed, "Keep away, for goodness sakes, keep away." But she did not understand why she should keep away. If the others were there by the bird, why should I not be there too? She thought, and ran to them. But as soon as she touched her sisters, she was made fast too, and they had to spend the night with the goose. And the next morning, the youth took the goose under his arm and started off without troubling himself about the three girls who were still hanging on. They were obliged to keep on the run behind him, now to the right, now to the left, as a fancy seized him. In the middle of the field, the parson met them, and when he saw the procession, he said, "For shame, you good-for-nothing girls! What are you running across the fields after this young man for? Is that seemly?" He took the youngest by the hand to pull her away, but as soon as he touched her hand, he also stuck fast and was obliged to run along behind them. Before long, a sexton came by and saw his master, the parson, running along after three girls. He was astonished and called after him, "Hello, your reverence! Whither away so quickly? Do not forget that we have a christening today." And running after him, he took him by the gown, but was also held fast. While the five were trotting along thus, one behind the other, two laborers came by with their hoes from the field. The parson called out to them and begged them to release him from the sexton, but they were hardly touched the sexton when they too were caught fast, and now there were 7 running behind the youth and his goose. After a while, the youth came to the city where a king ruled, who had a daughter who was so serious that no one could make her laugh. So the king made a decree that whoever could make her laugh should have her in marriage. When the youth heard this, he went with his goose and all his train before the princess, and as soon as she saw the 7 people continuously on trot, one behind the other, she began to laugh heartily, as if she could never stop. Then the youth asked her to be his wife, and the wedding was celebrated. After the king's death, he inherited the kingdom, lived long and happy with his wife. The Elves and the Shoemaker. There once was a shoemaker, through no fault of his own, had become so poor that at last he had only leather enough for one pair of shoe. So in the evening he cut out the shoes which he intended to begin the next morning, and since he had a good conscience, he lay down quietly, said his prayers, and fell asleep. In the morning he was preparing to sit down to work when he looked, and there stood the shoes all finished on his table. He was so astonished that he did not know what to say. He examined the shoes in his hand, and they were so neatly made that not a stitch was out of place, showing that they were done by a master hand. Very soon a customer came out, and because the shoes pleased him so much, he paid more than the ordinary price for them. With this money, the shoemaker was able to purchase leather for 2 pairs of shoes. He cut them out in the evening, and the next day was about to go to work with fresh courage. But there was no need for him to work, for the 2 pairs of shoes stood beautifully finished on his table. Presently, customers came in who paid him so well that he was able to buy leather for 4 pairs of shoes. The following morning, he found the 4 pairs finished, and so it went on and on. What he cut out in the evening was finished in the morning, so that he was soon in comfortable circumstances again. And at last, he was becoming really prosperous. The shoemaker said to his wife, "What do you think of staying up tonight to see who it is that lends us a helping hand?" The wife liked the idea, so they lighted a candle and hid themselves in a corner of the room behind some old cloths which were hanging there. At midnight came 2 little naked men who sat down at the shoemaker's table, took up the work which was cut out, and set to work, so nimbly stitching and sewing and hammering with their little fingers that the shoemaker could not take his eyes off them. They did not stop until everything was finished, and the shoes stood ready on the table, and then they ran away very quickly. The next day, the wife said to her husband, "The little men have made us rich. We must show them gratitude. They must be almost frozen, running about with nothing on. I'll tell you what we'll do. I'll make them little shirts, coats, and vests, trousers, and knit them some stockings, and you shall make each of them a pair of little shoes." The shoemaker was pleased with his plan, and on Christmas Eve, when everything was ready, they laid out the presents on the table instead of the usual work, and hid themselves to see how the little men would behave. At midnight they came bounding in and were about to set to work, but there was no leather to be seen, only these charming little clothes. At first they were astonished. Then, perfectly delighted with the greatest speed, they put on and smoothed down the prettiest clothes, singing, "Now we are boys so fine to see, how should we longer cobblers be? Why should we longer cobblers be?" They danced and skipped and leapt over chairs and benches. At last they danced out the door. From this time on, they came no more. But the shoemaker prospered as long as he lived, and succeeded in all of his undertakings.
The King of the Cats. Many years ago, there lived in the north of Scotland, in a very lonely house, far from all the other houses, 2 young men who were brothers. An old woman used to do their cooking, and there was no one else, unless we count her cat and their dogs, within miles of them. One autumn afternoon, the elder of the 2 said he would not go out, so the younger went out alone and followed a path to where they had been shooting the day before. He intended to return home before sunset. However, he did not. So the older brother became very uneasy as he watched and waited in vain till long after their usual supper time. At last he returned, wet and exhausted, nor did he explain why he was so late. But after supper, when the 2 brothers were seated before the fire, the dogs laying at their feet, and the old woman's black cat sitting gravely with half-shut eyes on the hearth, the young man began to tell his story. "You must be wondering," he said, What made me so late? I've had a very strange adventure today. I hardly know what to say about it. I went, as I told you I should, along our yesterday's route. A mountain fog came on just as I was about to turn homeward, and I completely lost my way. I wandered about for a long time, not knowing where I was, till at last I saw a light and made for it, hoping to get help. As I came near it, it disappeared, and I found myself close to a large oak tree. I climbed into the branches the better to look for the light, and behold, there it was, right beneath me. Inside the hollow trunk of the tree, it seemed to be looking down into a church where a funeral was taking place. I heard singing and saw a coffin surrounded by torches, all carried by. But there, I know you won't believe me if I tell you. His brother eagerly begged him to go on. The dogs were sleeping quietly, but the cat was sitting up and seemed to be listening as carefully and attentively as the man. Both brothers found themselves watching the cat as the young man took up the story. Yes, he continued, it is true. As I sit here, the coffin and the torches were both carried by cats, and upon the coffin was the mark of a crown and scepter. He got no further, for the cat started up shrieking, "Good gracious, oh, Peter's dead, and I'm king of the cats!" Then rushed up the chimney and was seen no more. The fir tree. Far away in the forest stood a pretty little fir tree. The warm sun shone upon it. Its fresh breeze blew about it, and the fir tree was not happy. All about it were many tall companions, pines, firs, and the little fir tree wanted to be tall like them, so it did not heed the warm sunlight or the soft air which fluttered its leaves, or even the pleasant children who passed by prattling merrily. Sometimes the children would bring a basket full of raspberries or strawberries and seat themselves near the fir tree, saying of the tree, "What a pretty little one this is," which made it feel more unhappier than ever. And yet, all this time, the tree grew a whole joint or ring taller every year. For by the number of rings on the trunk of a fir tree, we can tell its age. Still, as it grew, it complained, "Oh, if I was as tall as the other trees, then I should spread out my branches on every side, and my crown would overlook the whole world. The birds would build their nest in my branches, and when the wind blew, I should bow with a stately dignity like the other." So discounted was the tree that it took no pleasure in the sunshine, or the birds, or the rosy clouds that floated over it morning and evening. Sometimes in the winter, when the snow lay white and sparkling on the ground, a hare would come leaping along and jump right over the little tree's head. Then how mortified it felt. 2 winters passed, and when the third came, the tree had grown so tall that the hare was obliged to run around it. Ah, to grow and grow, to become tall and old. That's the only thing in the world worth caring for. The fir tree sighed. In the autumn, the woodcutters always came and cut down several of the tallest trees, and the young fir, which now had grown to a very good height, shuddered as the noble trees fell to the ground with a crash. After the branches were lopped off, the trunk looked so slender and bare they could scarcely be recognized. Then the trees were placed one upon another in the wagon and dragged by a horse out of the forest. Where were they going? What was going to become of them? The young fir tree wondered a great deal about this. So in the spring, when the swallows and the stork came, it asked them, "Do you know where those trees were taken? Did you meet them?" The swallow knew nothing about them, but the stork, after a little reflection, nodded his head and said, "Yes, I think I know. As I flew from Egypt, I met several new ships, and they had fine masts that smelt like fur. Those must have been the trees, and I assure you they were the most stately and grand. They towered majestically. Oh, how I wish I were tall enough to go on this sea," said the fir tree. "Tell me, what is this sea? What does it look like?" "It would take too much time to explain, a great deal too much," said the stork, flying away quickly. "Rejoice thy youth," said the sunbeam. "Rejoice in the fresh growing time and in the young life that is within thee." And the wind kissed the tree, and the dew wept tears over it. But the fir tree did not understand. Christmas time drew near, and many young trees were cut down. Some were even smaller and younger than the fir tree, which had no peace or rest from its longing to leave the forest. These young trees, which were chosen for their beauty, kept their branches, but were also laid on a wagon drawn by horses out of the forest. "Where are they going?" asked the fir tree. "They are not taller than I am. Indeed, one was not so tall. And why do they keep all their branches? Where are they going?" "We don't know, we don't know," sang the sparrows. "We have looked in the windows of the houses in town. We know, we know. We know what it is done with them. You cannot think what an honor and glory they receive. They are dressed up in the most splendid manner. We have looked and seen them standing in the middle of warm rooms, adorned with all sorts of beautiful things, gilded apples, sweetmeats, playthings, and hundreds of candles." And then, asked the fir tree, trembling in all its branches, "and then what happens to them?" "We did not see any more," said the sparrows, "but indeed it was simply wonderful. I wonder whether anything so brilliant will ever happen to me," thought the fir tree. "That would be even better than sailing over the sea. Oh, when will Christmas be here? I am now as tall and well grown as those which were taken last year. Oh, that I might lay on a wagon or stand in a warm room with all that brightness and splendor about me. Something better than more beautiful is sure to follow, or the trees would not be so decked out. Yes, something better, something still more splendid must follow. But what could it be? I am weary with longing. I scarcely know myself. What is the matter with me?" "Rejoice in our love," said the air and the sunlight. Rejoice in thy own bright life, in the fresh air. But the tree would not rejoice, though it grew taller every day, and winter and summer its evergreen foliage might seem in the forest, and passers-by would say, "What a beautiful tree!" A short time before the next Christmas, the discontented fir tree was first to fall. As the axe cut sharply into its trunk, deep in through the pitch, the tree fell to the ground with a groan, conscious only of the pain and faintness, and forgetting all its dreams of happiness and the sorrow of leaving the forest. It knew that it would never see again its dear old companions, the tree, or the little bushes, nor the flowers that had grown by its side, perhaps not even the birds. Nor was the journey all that pleasant. The tree first recovered itself while it was being unloaded with several other trees in the courtyard of a house. It had heard a man say, "We only want one, and this is the prettiest. This one is beautiful." Then two servants in a grand livery and carried the fir into a large and beautiful room. Pictures hung on the great walls, and near the large stove stood a great china jar with lions on the lid. There were rocking chairs, silken sofa, large tables with picture books and toys that had cost 100 times $100, at least, so the child said. Then the fir tree was placed in a great tub full of sand, but no one could see that it was a tub, for it was hung with a green cloth, and it stood on a very handsome carpet. Oh, how the tree trembled! What was going to happen to it now? Some young ladies came in, and the servants helped them to adorn the tree. Some of the branches they hung little bags cut out of colored paper, and each bag was full of sweetmeats. And other branches hung gilded apples and walnuts, as if they had grown there. And all around were hundreds of red, blue, and white candles, which were fastened upon the branches. Dolls, exactly like grown men and women, were placed under the green leaves. The fir tree had never seen any before, and at the very top was fastened a glittering star made of gold tinsel. Oh, it was very beautiful. "This evening," they all exclaimed, "this evening, how bright it will be." Oh, that evening would come, thought the tree, and the candles were lighted. Then I shall know what else is going to happen. Will the trees come from the forest to see me? Will the sparrows peep in the window? I wonder, shall I grow faster here and keep all of these ornaments during the summer and the winter? But guessing was of very little use. Its back ached with trying, and this pain is as bad for a slender tree as a headache is for us. At last the candles were lighted, and then a shining blaze of splendor. The tree presented. It trembled with joy in all its branches that one of the candles fell on a green twig and set fire to it. "Help, help!" exclaimed the young ladies, and they quickly extinguished the fire. After this, the tree did not dare even to tremble, though the fire frightened it. It was so anxious not to hurt any of the beautiful ornaments which so dazzled and bewildered it by their brilliance. And now the folding doors were thrown open, and a troop of children rushed in. As they intended to upset the tree, they were followed more slowly by their older people, and for a moment the little ones stood silent with delight. And then they shouted for joy till the room rang, and they danced merrily around the tree and snatched off one present after another. What are they doing? Thought the tree. What will happen next? The candles burned down to the branches and were put out one by one. The children were given permission to plunder the tree. Oh, how they rushed it! The branches creaked with the strain, and if it not had been fastened by the golden star to the ceiling, it must have been thrown down. Then the children danced about with their pretty toys, and no one paid any attention to the tree except the old nurse, who came up and peeped among the branches to see if an apple or a fig had been forgotten. A story, cried the children, and dragged a little stout man towards the tree. Now we're in the green wood, said the man as he sat down beneath it, and the tree will have the pleasure of hearing too. But I am going to tell only one story. What shall it be? Henny Penny or Humpty Dumpty who falls down the stairs, but soon got up again, and at last married a princess? Henny Penny, cried some. Humpty Dumpty, cried the others, but there was a great uproar. The fir tree kept silent and thought, what am I supposed to do now? I have nothing to do with all of this. But it had already been in the entertainment and had played out its part. Then the old man told the story of Humpty Dumpty, how he fell down the stairs, soon got up again, and married a princess. And the children clapped their hands and cried, another, another, for they wanted to hear the story of Henny Penny too. But this time they only got Humpty Dumpty, and the fir tree stood quiet and thoughtful. The birds in the forest had never told anything like this, how Humpty Dumpty fell and yet married a princess. Ah, yes, that is the way it happens in the world, I suppose, thought the fir tree, and it believed the story because such a nice man told it. Well, it thought, who knows, perhaps I shall fall down too and marry a princess. And it looked forward eagerly to the next evening, expecting again to be decked out with candles and toys, tinsel and fruit. Tomorrow I will not tremble of the tree. I will enjoy it to the full, all my splendor, and I shall hear the story of Humpty Dumpty again, and perhaps Henny Penny too. And the tree stood silent and lost in thought all night long. In the morning the servants came in, but they dragged it out of the room and upstairs to the garret, and threw it in the floor in a dark corner where no sunlight shone, and they left it. What does that mean? Thought the tree. What am I to do here? What is here for me in a place like this? And it leaned against the wall and thought, and thought, and it had enough time to think, for the days and nights passed, and no one came near it. When at last someone did come, it was only to put some great boxes in the corner, so the tree was completely hidden from sight. It seemed as if it had been quite forgotten. It is winter now. Out of doors of the tree, the ground is hard and covered with snow, so the people cannot plant me yet. That is doubtless why I'm left here under cover till the spring comes. How thoughtful and kind everybody is to me. Still, I wish it were not so dark here and so terribly lonely, with not even a little hare to look at. How pleasant it was out in the forest while the snow lay on the ground when the hare would run by. Yes, and jump over me too, but I did not like it at all then. Oh, it's terribly lonely here. Squeak, squeak, said a little mouse, stealing out of a hole and creeping cautiously towards the tree. Then came another, and they both sniffed at the fir tree and crept in and out between all of its branches. Oh, it's very cold, said the little mouse. If it were not, we should not be very comfortable here, shall we? Old fir tree. I am not old at all, said the fir. There are many who are much older than I am. Where do you come from? Asked the mice, who were full of curiosity. And what do you know? What's the most beautiful place on earth? That's what you know about. Do tell us about it. Have you ever been in the storeroom where the cheese lies on the shelves and hams hang in the ceiling? One can run about on tallow candles there. Ah, that's a place where one goes in thin and comes out fat. I know nothing about that, said the fir tree, but I know of the wood, where the sun shines and the bird sings. And the tree told the little mice all about his youth. The mice had never heard anything like that before. They listened with all their ears and said, how much you have seen, how happy you must have been. Then, as he thought over what it had been telling them, and he added, ah, yes, those were happy days, but when it went on and told them about Christmas Eve and how it had been adorned with the sweetmeats and candles, the mice repeated once more, how happy, how very fortunate you have been, you old fir tree. I'm not old at all, lied the tree. I only came from the forest this winter. I'm now checking on my growth. What splendid stories do you know? Said the little mice. And the next night they came with 4 others to have them hear what the tree. The more it talked, the more it remembered, and it thought of itself. Yes, those were happy days, but they may come again. Humpty Dumpty fell downstairs, and yet he got married to the princess. Perhaps I too may marry a princess. And the tree thought of a pretty little birch tree that grew in the forest. She was the princess, a real princess to the fir tree. Who is Humpty Dumpty? Asked the little mice. And then the tree told the whole story. It could remember every single word, and the little mice were so delighted with it that they were ready to jump with joy up to the very top of the tree. The next night, a great many more mice made their appearance, and on Sunday, 2 rats came, but they did not care for the story at all, and the troubled the mice, for it made them also think less of it. Is that the only story you know? Asked the rats. The only one, answered the tree. I heard it on the happiest evening of my life, but I don't know if it was so happy at the time. Well, we think it's a very poor story, said the rat. Don't you know any story about bacon or tallow candles in the storeroom? No, replied the tree. Then we are much obliged to you, said the rats, and they went on their way. The little mice also kept away after this, and the tree sighed and said, Really, it was very pleasant and lively. Little mice sat around me and listened while I told them stories. Now that is all past too. However, I shall consider myself happy when someone comes to take me out of this place. But would this ever happen? Yes. One morning, people came up to clear up the garret. The boxes were moved aside, and the tree was pulled out of the corner and thrown roughly on the floor. Then the servants dragged it out the stairs where the daylight shone. Now life is beginning again, thought the tree, rejoicing in the sunshine and fresh air. It was carried downstairs and out into the yard so quickly that it forgot to look at itself and gaze about it, for there was so much to be seen. The yard opened into a garden where everything was blooming fresh and sweet. Roses hung over the little trellis, and the linden tree were in blossom. The swallows flew here and there, calling, "Twit, twit, twit, my mate is coming," but not at the fir tree they met. "Now I shall live," thought the tree joyfully, stretching out its branches. But alas, they were all withered and yellow, and it was lying in the corner among weeds and nettles. The star of gold paper still stuck on top of the tree and glittered in the sunshine. In the yard, two of the merry children who had danced around the tree at Christmas were playing. One of them saw the gilded star and ran up and tore it off. "See what is sticking to that ugly old fir tree," he cried, stamping on the boughs of the tree till they cracked under his boots. And the tree saw all the fresh, bright flowers in the garden and looked at itself and wished it had been left lying in the dark corner of the garret. It thought of its fresh youth in the forest, of the merry Christmas Eve, and of the little mice that had listened so happily to the tale of Humpty Dumpty. Oh, if I had only enjoyed myself while I could, but now it is too late. It is all past. Then a lad came and chopped the tree into small pieces till a large pile lay in a heap on the ground. The pieces were placed in the fire where they blazed up brightly, and the tree sighed so deeply that each sigh was like a pistol shot. The children who were at play came and sat in front of the fire and looked at it and cried, "Piff, puff, bang!" But at each bang, which was a deep sigh, the tree was thinking of summer days in the forest, or of some winter night out there when the stars were shining brightly, or of Christmas Eve, or of Humpty Dumpty, the only story it had ever heard or could tell, till the last of the tree burned away. The children played on in the garden, and the youngest wore the breast of the gold star which the tree had worn on the happiest evening of its life. Now that was past. All was past, and the tree's life was past, and this story too is past, for all stories must come to an end at some time or another. The Seven Stars. I've never heard this story. There once was a man who had 6 sons. He did not give them names like other people, but only called them according to their ages: eldest, next eldest, third eldest, third youngest, next to youngest, and youngest. They had no other names. When the eldest was 18 and the youngest 12, the father told them that they must all go out into the world and they all must earn a trade. They set out together. But when they came to a place where there were 6 roads, all leading in different ways, they agreed to part company, and each chose a road. But they promised one another that just 2 years from that day they would meet again and go home together to their father. On the appointed day they met and went home together. The father questioned each of them as they to what trade he had learned. The eldest said he had learned to be a shipbuilder and could build ships that went off. The next eldest had been to sea. He was a helmsman and could steer a ship as easy on land as on sea. The third eldest had learned the art of listening, but now he could hear in one country what was going on in another. The third youngest had learned to shoot and had become a crack shot. The next youngest had learned to climb. He could go up and down a wall like a fly. There was nothing too steep for him. Now, when the father had listened to what these 5 had to tell him what they could do, he said that although upon the whole they had done fairly well, yet he had expected something more from them. What had they learned to do that most people could also do? Now he must hear what the youngest could do. Youngest had always been his darling, and in him he had the greatest confidence. Youngest was delighted that at last it was his turn to speak, and he said in the most cheerful manner that he had become a master thief. When his father heard that, he was so angry that he gave the youngest a sound box on the ear, saying, "Fie, for shame! You are a disgrace to me and all your family." Now, it so happened that just as this very time the king's fair young daughter had been stolen away by a dwarf, and the king had promised that whoever should find her and deliver her from the dwarf's power should have her for his wife and half of the kingdom with her as her marriage portion. The 6 brothers determined to try their luck. The shipbuilder built a ship that would go of itself. They all went aboard, and the helmsman steered the ship over the land and sea. The listener kept on listening all the time, and at last he could hear the princess inside a glass mountain. So the ship sailed up to the glass mountain. The climber climbed immediately to the top and looked down, and he saw the dwarf lying asleep with his ugly head on the princess's lap. Then he ran down again, took the little master thief on his back, and climbed right down inside the mountain with him. The master thief stole the princess away without waking the dwarf, and the climber helped get them back to the ship. They got on board and sailed away. The listener kept such a strict watch on the dwarf all the time that when they had gone some little way, he called to the other, "Now the dwarf is waking. Now he is stretching himself. Now he misses the princess. And now he's coming." The princess was dreadfully frightened and said it was all over with for them now, unless they had someone on board who was a crack shot. The dwarf could fly through the air, so he would overtake them directly, but he was shot-proof except in one little black spot about the size of a pinhead, which was just in the middle of his chest. Then the dwarf whirling and rushing through the air, but the marksman was ready for him. He took aim and hit him right in the center of his black spot. Instantly, the dwarf fell into the water unalived. So the 6 brothers came sailing home with their princess and took her to the father's palace, where they were all in love with her, and each of them could say with the truth that without him she could not have been set free. The king was in a great strait. He could not tell which of the brothers he ought to give his daughter to. The princess herself was greatly troubled, for she didn't know which one of them she liked the best. But now it did not please the good God that there should be any quarreling amongst them. So he made all 6 brothers and the princess die on this same night, and he turned them all into 7 stars and fixed them in the sky. And the stars that shine brightest of the 7 is the princess, but the palest is the master thief, Bluebeard. Once upon a time, there was a man who was very rich. He had a fine house, both in town and in the country. In them he had a great deal of gold and silver plate. His furniture was richly embroidered, and his coaches were gilded all over. But the man had the misfortune to have a blue beard, which made him so ugly and terrible that there was not a woman nor a girl who did not shun and avoid him. One of his neighbors, a lady of quality, had 2 daughters who were perfect beauties. He asked her for one of them in marriage, leaving to her the choice of which she would bestow upon him. They neither of them wanted him, but he sent backwards and forwards from one to the other, for neither could make up her mind to marry a man who had a blue beard. Another thing which made them object to him was that he had been married several times already, and nobody knew what had become of his wives. As Bluebeard was very anxious to become better acquainted with them, he took them with their mother and 3 or 4 of their best friends, some younger people of the neighborhood, to one of his country seats, where they spent a week. The whole time was given up to pleasure, parties, excursions, hunting and fishing, to dancing, banquets and feasting. No one ever thought of going to bed, but the nights were passed in merry-making of all kinds. In short, all went off so well that the younger daughter began to think that the beard of the master of the house was not so very blue after all, and that he was being very civil gentleman. So, as soon as they returned home, the marriage was concluded. About a month afterward, Bluebeard told his wife that he was obliged to take a journey to the country for 6 weeks at least, upon a business of importance. He desired her to amuse herself, have a good time in his absence, to send for her friends, to take them to the country if she wished, and to live bountiful wherever she was. Here, he said, are the keys of the 2 great storerooms for furniture. The smaller ones are for the chest, which contains my silver and gold plate, which is not everyday use. These open my strong boxes, which hold my money, both silver and gold, and these my caskets of jewels, and this is the master key to all of the rooms. But this little one here is the key of the closet at the end of the great galley on the ground floor. Open them all, go everywhere else, but into this little closet I forbid you to enter, and I forbid you so strictly that if you open it, there is nothing you may expect except my anger. She promised to obey all of his orders exactly, and Bluebeard, after having embraced her, got into his coach and set out on his journey. The neighbors and friends of the young wife did not wait to be sent for. So eager were they to see all of the riches of her house, for they had not dared come while her husband was there because of his blue beard, which frightened them. As soon as they were inside the house, they ran about from room to room and even through all the closets and wardrobes, saying to each other, one seemed finer and richer than the last. They went up to the storerooms where they could not say enough in admiration of the numbers and beauty of the tapestry, beds, couches, cabinets, stands, tables, looking glasses in which you might see yourself from head to foot. Some of these mirrors were framed with glass, others with silver. Plain and gilded, they were the most beautiful, most magnificent ever seen. The visitors never stopped admiring and envying the happiness of their friend, who meanwhile was not at all entertained in looking at these rich things because of her impatience to go and open the closet on the ground floor. She was so beside herself with curiosity that without once thinking how rude it was to leave her guest, she slipped away down the back staircase with such excessive haste that 2 or 3 times she came near falling and breaking her neck. When she reached the closet door, she stood still for a moment, thinking of her husband's orders and considering how unhappiness might come upon her if she were disobedient. But the temptation was so strong that she could not overcome it. She took the little key and, trembling, opened the door. At first she could see anything because of the windows were shut, but after a moment she began to see there was blood on the floor, and the bodies of several dead women were laying there. These were the wives who Bluebeard had murdered. She thought she would surely go in the same way, and she thought she would surely perish of fear, and the key which she pulled out of the lock fell from her hand. When she recovered a little from the shock, she picked up the key, locked the door, and went upstairs to her chamber, composed herself. She could not do it, for what she had seen upset her too much. As she noticed, the key of the closet was stained. She tried 2 or 3 more times to wipe it off, but the stain remained. It was no good to wash it or even rub it with soap and sand. The stain was still there, for the key was a magic key, and she could never make it quite clean. When the stain was gone from one side, it came out on the other. Bluebeard returned from his journey that same evening and said that he had received letters upon the road, which told him that the business on which he had been called away had been settled to his advantage. His wife did all she could to convince him that she was overjoyed at his speedy return. The next morning, he asked her for the keys. She gave them to him with such a trembling hand that he easily guessed what had happened. "How is it," he said, "that the key for my closet is not here with the rest? I must have left it upstairs on my table." "Do not fail," said Bluebeard, "to bring it to me presently." After putting it off several times, she was forced to bring in the key. Bluebeard examined it closely and then said to his wife, "How come the stain is upon the key?" "I do not know," cried the poor woman, turning paler. "You do know," replied Bluebeard. "Well, I know very well. You wanted to go in that closet, did you? Well, very well, madam. You shall go and take your place among the ladies you saw there." She threw herself weeping at her husband's feet and begged his pardon with all the signs of true repentance for her disobedience. She would have melted a stone, so beautiful and sorrowful was she. But Bluebeard had a heart harder than any stone. You know what must be done, madam, and that at once. Since I must be unalived, give me a little time to say my prayers, she answered, looking up at him through tears. I give you, replied Bluebeard, half a quarter of an hour, but not 1 moment more. When she was alone, she called her sister Anne, for that was her name. Go up, I beg you, to the top of the tower and see if my brothers are not coming. They promised me they would come today, and if you see them, give them a sign to make haste. Her sister Anne went up to the top of the tower. The poor wife cried out from time to time, Sister Anne, do you see no one coming? And Sister Anne said, I see nothing but the sun, which makes a dust, and the grass, which looks green. But in the meantime, Bluebeard, holding a great cutlass in his hand, cried out to his wife as loud as he could, Come down quickly, or I shall come up to you. 1 moment longer, if you please, said his wife. She cried out very softly, Anne, Sister Anne, do you see no one coming? And Anne answered, I see nothing but the sun, which makes a dust, and the grass, which look green. Come down at once, cried Bluebeard, or I shall come up to you. I'm coming, answered the wife, and she cried, Anne, Sister Anne, do you see no one coming? I see, replied Sister Anne, a great dust that comes from this side. Is it my brothers? Alas, no, my sister. I see a flock of sheep. Will you come down? Cried Bluebeard. 1 moment longer. And Sister Anne, do you see no one? I see 2 horsemen coming, but they are a great way off. God be praised, replied the poor wife joyfully. They are my brother. I will make them a sign as well as I can for them to come make haste. Bluebeard bawled out so loud that he made the whole house tremble. The poor wife came down and threw herself at his feet, all in tears, with her hair about her shoulders. And all this does not help you. You must go. Then taking her by the hair with one hand and raising his other, the cutlass, he was going to strike. The poor lady turned towards him and with her eyes begged him to give her 1 more minute to collect her thoughts. No, no, he said, condemn thyself to God, and again lifting his arm. At that moment there was such a loud knocking at the gate that Bluebeard stopped suddenly. The gate was open, and presently 2 horsemen entered with their swords in their hands, running straight to Bluebeard. He saw these were his wife's brothers, one a dragoon and the other a musketeer. He fled immediately to save himself, but the 2 brothers pursued so closely that they overtook him before he could gain the steps of the porch. There they ran their swords through and left him. The poor wife was so overcome that she had not the strength to rise and welcome her brother. Bluebeard had no heirs, so his wife became the mistress of his estate. She made use of a portion of it to marry her sister Anne to a young gentleman who loved her for a long while, another portion to buy the captain's commission for her brothers, and the rest to marry herself to a very worthy gentleman who made her forget the distressing time she had passed with Bluebeard. First story, Thumbelina. I love this story. Oh, I love this story. There was once a woman who wished so very much to have a little child that she went to a fairy and said, "I should very much like to have a little child. Can you tell me where to get one?" "Oh, that can be easily managed," said the fairy. "Here is a barleycorn. It's not the same kind of those which grow in the farmer's field and which the chickens eat. Put it in a flower pot and see what happens." Thank you," said the woman, and she gave the fairy 12 shillings, which was the price of the barleycorn. Then she went home immediately. There grew up a large, handsome flower, which looked like a tulip, except that its leaves were tightly closed, as if it were still a bud. "What a beautiful flower!" exclaimed the woman, and she kissed the red and yellow leaves. And as she kissed them, the flower opened. It was a real tulip, but within their flower, upon the green velvety stamen, sat a very delicate and graceful tiny maiden. She was scarcely half as long as a thumb, so they called her Thumbelina. A walnut shell, elegantly polished, served her for a cradle. Blue-violet petals were her mattress, and a rose leaf was her counterpane. Here she slept at night, but in the daytime she played upon the table where the woman had put a bowl full of water. Round in this bowl was a wreath of flowers with their stems in the water, and upon it floated the large tulip leaf, which served as one little boat. Here she sat and rowed herself from side to side with the 2 white horsehairs for oars. It was a very pretty sight. Thumbelina could sing so sweetly and softly that nothing like it had ever been heard before. One night, while she lay in her pretty bed, a large, ugly, wet toad crept through the broken pane of glass in the window and hopped down on the table where Thumbelina lay sleeping under the rose-leaf quilt. "What a pretty little wife this would make for my son," said the toad, and she took up the walnut shell in which Thumbelina lay asleep, jumped through the window with it into the garden. On the marshy bank of a broad stream in the garden there lived a toad with her son. He was as ugly as his mother. When he saw the lovely little maiden and the walnut shell, all he could say was "Croak, croak, croak." "Don't speak so loud or you'll wake her," said the old toad, "and then she might run away, for she is light as swan's down. We'll take her out in the stream and put her in one of the water lily leaves. It'll be like an island to her. She is so light and small. Then she can't run away from us while we're preparing the apartments under the marsh in which you are to live when you're married." Far out in the stream grew a number of water lilies with broad green leaves, which looked as if they were floating on top of the water. The leaf that was the farthest away was also the largest, and to this the old toad swam with the walnut shell in which Thumbelina lay asleep. The tiny maiden woke very early in the morning and began to cry bitterly when she saw where she was, for she could see nothing but water on every side of the large green leaf, and there was no way of reaching land. Meanwhile, the old toad was very busy down under the marsh, decking her room with rushes and yellow wildflowers to make it look pretty for her new daughter-in-law. Then she swam out with her ugly son to the leaf on which she had placed Thumbelina. She wanted to get a pretty bed that she might put in the bridal chamber before Thumbelina herself came there. The old toad bowed low in the water and said, "Here is my son. He will be your husband. Ooh. And you will live happily together in the marsh by the stream." Croak, croak, croak was all the son could say for himself. Then the toad took the delicate little bed and swam away with it, leaving Thumbelina all alone on the green leaf, where she sat and wept. She could not bear to think of living with the old toad and having her ugly son for a husband. The little fishes who swam about in the water beneath had seen the toad and heard what she had said, so now they lifted their heads above the water to look at the little maiden. As soon as they caught sight of her and saw how very pretty she was, they felt sorry that she must go to live with the ugly toads. "No, that must never be," they said to one another. So they crowded together in the water around the green stalk which held the leaf on which the little maiden stood, and gnawed it away at the root with their teeth. The leaf floated down the stream, carrying Thumbelina far out of the reach of the toad. Thumbelina sailed past many towns, and the little birds in the bushes saw her and sang, "What a lovely little creature!" So the leaf floated farther and farther away with her till it brought her to other lands. A pretty little white butterfly fluttered around her for a long time, and at last alighted on the leaf. The maiden pleased him, and she was glad she did, for she was lonely. Taking off her girdle, she tied one end of it around the butterfly, fastening the other end to the leaf, which was now gliding on much faster than before. Presently a large cockafur flew by, seized her, and flew away with her to the tree. The green leaf floated away down the stream, and the butterfly with it, for he was fastened to the leaf and could not get away. How frightened Thumbelina was when the cockafur flew with her to the tree, but especially was she distressed for the beautiful white butterfly which she had fastened to the leaf, for if he could not free himself, he would die of hunger. But the cockafur did not trouble himself at all about that. He seated himself beside her on a large green leaf, gave her some honey from the flowers to eat, and told her that she was very pretty, though not in the least like a cockafur. Before long, the cockafurs who lived in the tree came to pay Thumbelina a visit. They had stared at her, and then the young lady cockafurs turned up their feathers and said, "Why, she has 2 legs. How very ugly!" "She has no feelers," said one of them. "Her waist is quite slim. Pooh! She is like a human being. How ugly she is," said all the lady cockafurs. Then the cockafur who had ran away with her began to wonder why he had thought her so pretty, and to believe that she was ugly, as the others said. I would have nothing more to say to her, but told her she might go where she liked. Then he flew down with her from the tree and placed her on a daisy. There she sat weeping at the thought that she was so ugly that the cockafurs would have nothing to do with her, and all the while she was really the loveliest little being that one could imagine, and as tender and delicate as a beautiful rose leaf. During the whole summer, poor little Thumbelina lived quite alone in the wide forest. She wove herself a bed with blades of grass and hung it under a broad leaf to protect herself from the rain. She sucked honey from the flowers for food and drink, the dew from the leaves every morning. She passed away the summer and autumn, and then came the winter, the long, cold winter. All the birds who had sung to her so sweetly had flown away, and the trees and flowers had withered. A large shamrock under the shelter of which she now lived shriveled up, leaving nothing but a yellow, withered stalk. She was dreadfully cold, for her clothes were thin and torn, and she herself was so frail and delicate that she nearly froze to death. It began to snow too, and the snowflakes, as they fell upon her, were like whole shovelfuls falling upon one of us, for we are tall, but she was only an inch high. She wrapped herself in dry leaf, but it cracked in the middle and gave her no warmth, and she shivered with cold. Close to the wood in which she was living was a large cornfield, but the corn had been cut a long time ago. Nothing remained but the bare, dry stubble. Standing up out of the frozen ground, it was to her like wandering about in a large woods. Oh, how she shivered with cold. All at once she came to a door of a field mouse who had a little den under the corn stubble. There lived the field mouse in warmth and comfort, with a storeroom full of corn and a splendid kitchen and a dining room. Poor Thumbelina stood before the door just like a little beggar girl and asked for a little piece of barley corn, for she had been without a morsel to eat for 2 days. "You poor little creature," said the field mouse, for she was a good, kind-hearted old mouse. "Come into my warm room and dine with me." Then she was pleased with Thumbelina, so she said, "You are quite welcome to stay with me all winter if you like, but you must keep my room clean and neat and tell me stories, for I like very much to hear them." And Thumbelina did all that the field mouse asked her, and found herself very, very comfortable. "Tonight I expect a visitor," said the field mouse. "My neighbor pays me a visit once a week. He is better off than I am. He has large rooms and wears beautiful black velvet coat. If you could only have him for your husband, you would be well provided for. But he is blind. You must tell him some of your prettiest stories." Thumbelina had no interest in this neighbor, for he was a mole. However, he came and paid them a visit, dressed in his black velvet coat. "He is very rich and learned," the field mouse told her, "and his home is 20 times as large as mine." He was rich and learned, no doubt, but he always spoke slightly of the sun and the pretty flowers because he had never seen them. Thumbelina had to sing to him, "Lady bird, fly away home," and many other pretty songs, and the mole fell in love with her because she had so sweet a voice. But he said nothing yet, for he was very prudent and cautious. A short time before the mole had dug a long passage under the earth, which led from his house to that of the field mouse, and here he gave the field mouse and Thumbelina permission to walk whenever they liked, but he warned them not to be alarmed at the sight of a dead bird that lay in the passage. It was a perfect bird with a beak and feathers, and could not have been dead long. It was lying just where the mole had made his passage. The mole took in his mouth a piece of decaying wood, for that will often glow in the dark like fire, and went before them, lighting them through the long, dark passage. When they came to the spot where the dead bird lay, the mole pushed his broad nose through the ceiling so that the earth gave way and daylight shone into the passage. In the middle of the path lay a swallow, his pretty wings pressed close to his side, his feet and head drawn up under his feathers. The poor bird had eventually died of cold. It made Thumbelina very sad to see it, for she did so love the birds. All through the summer they had sung and twittered for her so beautifully, but the mole pushed it aside with his crooked leg and said, "Now he can't sing any more. How miserable it must be to be born a little bird. I am thankful that none of my children will ever be birds, for they can do nothing but cry, tweet, tweet, and must always die of hunger in the winter." "Yes, you speak like a sensible man," exclaimed the field mouse. "What is the use of his twittering if when winter comes he must either starve or be frozen to death?" That to be high-bred, but it certainly is not pleasant. Thumbelina said nothing, but when the two others had turned their backs on the bird, she stooped down and stroked its side and the soft feathers which covered his head and kissed the closed eyes. "Perhaps it was he who sang to me so sweetly in the summer. How much pleasure it gave me, you dear pretty bird." Then the mole stopped up the hole through which the daylight shone and escorted the ladies home. But Thumbelina could not sleep the night for thinking of the cold bird, so she got out of bed and wove a large, beautiful blanket of hay. She carried it out and spread it over the dead bird and piled upon it thistledown, which she had found in the field mouse's room, so that he might lie warmly in the cold earth. "Farewell, pretty bird," she said. "Farewell, and thank you for your beautiful songs in the summer when all the trees were green and the sun shone down warmly upon us." Then she laid her head on the bird's breast, but she was startled, for it seemed as if something inside the bird went thump, thump. It was the bird's heart, for he was not really dead, only benumbed with the cold, and the warmth had restored him to life. In autumn, all the swallows fly away to warmer countries, but if one happens to linger, it becomes so stiff with cold that it drops down as if it were dead, and when the snow comes, it covers it. Lena trembled very much. She was quite frightened, for the bird was large and a great deal larger than herself. She was only an inch high, but she took courage, piled up more down thickly over the poor swallow, and then took a leaf she had used for her own counterpane and laid it over his head. The next night she stole out again to see him. He was alive but very weak. He could only open his eyes for a moment to look at Thumbelina, who stood by him with a piece of decaying wood in her hand, for she had no other lantern. "Thank you, pretty little maiden," said the sick swallow. "I've been so beautifully warmed that soon I shall regain my strength and be able to fly about again in the warm sunshine." "Oh, no, no! It is very cold out of doors now. It snows and freezes. Stay in your warm bed. I will take care of you." She brought the swallow water and a flower leaf, and after he drank, he told her that he had torn one of his wings on a thorn bush and could not fly as fast as the others who had flown far away to warm countries. At last he had fallen to the ground and could remember nothing more, nor how he came to be where she had found him. All winter the swallow remained underground, and Thumbelina nursed and cared for him tenderly. Neither the mole nor the field mouse knew anything about it, for they could not bear swallows. Very soon the springtime came, and the sun warmed the earth. Then the swallow bed fell well to Thumbelina and opened the hole in the roof which the mole had made. The sun shone upon them so beautifully that the swallow asked her if she would go with him. She could sit on his back, and he would fly away with her into the green woods. But she knew it would grieve the field mouse if she left her in that manner, so she said, "No, I cannot." "Farewell, then, farewell, you good and pretty little maiden," said the swallow, and he flew out into the sunshine. Thumbelina looked after him, and the tears rose in her eyes. She was very fond of the swallow. "Tweet, tweet," sang the bird as he flew out in the green woods, and Thumbelina felt very sad. She was not allowed to go out into the warm sunshine. The corn which had been sown in the field over the house of the field mouse had grown up high in the air and made a thick forest for Thumbelina, who was only an inch high. "You are going to be married, little one," said the field mouse. "My neighbor has asked for you. What good fortune for a poor child like you. Now we will set to work on your wedding clothes. You must have woolen and linen. Nothing must be wanting if you're to become the wife of the mole." Thumbelina had turned the spindle, and the field mouse hired 4 spiders to weave for her day and night. Every evening the mole visited her and talked of the time when the summer would be over. Then he would set the wedding day for Thumbelina. But now the heat of the sun was too great for that, burned the earth and made it hard as stone. Yes, as soon as the summer was over, the wedding should take place. But Thumbelina was not all that pleased, for she did not like the tiresome mole. Every morning when the sun rose, and every evening when it went down, she would steal out of doors, and when the wind blew the ears of corn aside, so she could see the beautiful blue sky, she thought of how beautiful and bright it seemed out there, and wished so much to see her dear swallow again. But he never came, for by this time he had flown far away into the lovely green forest. When autumn came, Thumbelina had her outfit all ready, and the field mouse said to her, "In 4 weeks the wedding must take place." But Thumbelina wept and said she would not marry the disagreeable mole. "Nonsense," said the field mouse. "Now don't be obstinate, or I shall bite you with my white teeth. He is a very fine mole. The queen herself has not such a beautiful velvet coat. His kitchen and cellars are quite full. You ought to be very thankful for such good fortune." So the wedding day came, on which the mole was to take her away to live with him, deep under the earth, and never again to come out into the warm sunshine, because he did not like it. The poor child was very unhappy at the thought of saying farewell to the beautiful sunshine. She went to the door to look at it once more. "Farewell, bright sun," she cried, stretching out her arms towards it. Then she walked the short distance from the house, for the corn had been cut, and only the dry stubble remained in the field. "Farewell, farewell," she repeated, and threw her arms around a little red flower that grew just by her side. "Greet the swallow for me if you should see him again." "Tweet, tweet," sounded over her head suddenly. She looked up, and there was the swallow flying close by. He was delighted to see Thumbelina. She told him how unwilling she was to marry the ugly mole, and to live always deep under the earth where the sun never shone, and she told him she wept. "The cold winter is coming," said the swallow, and I'm going to fly away into the warm countries. Will you go with me? You can sit on my back and fasten yourself with your sash. We can fly away from the ugly mole and his dark rooms, far away over the mountain into warmer country where the sun shines more brightly. And here there is always summer, and there are beautiful flowers. Do come with me, dear little Thumbelina. You saved my life when I lay frozen in the dark, dreary passage. Yes, yes, I will go with you, said Thumbelina, and she seated herself on the bird's back with her feet on his outstretched wings and bound her sash to one of his strongest feathers. Up he flew into the air and far away over the forest and over the sea, high above the highest mountains where the snow never melts. Thumbelina would have frozen in the cold air had she not crept under the bird's warm feathers, keeping only her little head out that she might admire the beautiful things and the world beneath. At length they reached the warm countries where the sun shines brightly and the sky seems so much higher above the earth. Here on the edge of the finest green, purple, and white grape, lemon, and orange hung from the trees in the woods. The air was fragrant with myrtle and orange blossoms. Beautiful children ran along the roads, playing with happy butterflies, and the swallow flew further and further south. Everything became more beautiful. At last they came to the blue lake, and by the side of it, shaded by magnificent trees, stood a palace of dazzling white marble built in olden times. Vines clustered around its lofty pillars, and at top were many swallows' nests. And one of these there was the home of the swallow who carried Thumbelina. That is my house, said the swallow, but it would not do for you to live there. You would not be comfortable. Choose yourself one of the lovely flowers, and I will put you down on it, and you shall have everything you wish to make you happy. That will be delightful, she said, and clapped her little hands for joy. On the ground lay a large marble pillar, which in falling had broken into 3 pieces. Between these fragments grew the most beautiful great white flowers. So the swallow flew down with Thumbelina and set her on one of the broad leaves. But how surprised he was to see, sitting in the middle of the flower, a tiny little man, as white and transparent as if he had been made of crystal. Is that better? He had the prettiest gold crown on his head and delicate wings on his shoulder. And he was no bigger than Thumbelina. He was the fairy of the flower. In every flower dwelt a tiny man or woman, and this was the king over all of them. Oh, how beautiful he is, whispered Thumbelina to the swallow. The little prince was very much frightened at the swallow, who was like a giant compared to such a tiny little being as he. But when he saw Thumbelina, he was delighted, for he thought her the prettiest little maiden he had ever seen. He took the gold crown from his head and placed it on hers and asked her name and if she would be his wife and queen over all of the flowers. This was certainly a very different kind of husband from the son of the toad or the mole with his black velvet coat. So she said yes to the handsome prince. Then out of each flower came a lady or a tiny lord, all so pretty that it was a pleasure to look upon them. Each brought Thumbelina a present, But the best gift of all was a pair of beautiful white wings which were fastened to her shoulders, and now she too could fly from flower to flower. Then there was much rejoicing, and the swallow sat in his nest above and sang the wedding song as well as he could. But in his heart he felt sad, for he was very fond of Thumbelina and would have liked never to have parted with her. "You must not be called Thumbelina any more," said the prince to her, "for that is an ugly name, and you are so very lovely. We will call you Maia." "Farewell, farewell," sung the swallow with a heavy heart as he left the warm countries and flew back to Denmark. There he had a nest over the window of a man who wrote fairy tales. The swallow sang his tweet tweet, and from his song we have the whole story. Clever Alice. There was once a man who had a daughter called Clever Alice. When she was grown up, her father said, "We must get her married." "Yes," said her mother, "if only someone would come and have her." At last a young man named Hans came from a distance and wooed her, but he made one condition, that Clever Alice should be as clever as she was said to be. "Oh," said the father, "she is sharp enough." "Yes, indeed," said the mother. "She can see the wind coming up the street and hear the flies coughing." "Very well," said Hans, "but if she's not really clever, I won't have her." When they were all sitting together at dinner, the mother said, "Alice, go down to the cellar and draw some beer." So Clever Alice took the jug from the nail on the wall and went into the cellar, tapping the lid up and down as she went to pass the time. When she reached the cellar, she fetched a chair and put it in front of the old cask so that she need not stoop and hurt her back. Then she held the jug in her hands and turned on the tap. While the beer was running, she did not wish to be idle, so she let her eyes wander over the wall, looking first this way and that. All at once she saw just above her head a pickaxe which the masons had accidentally left there. Clever Alice began to cry, saying, "If I marry Hans and we have a child and he grows up and we send him into the cellar here to draw beer, then the pickaxe will fall on his head and unalive him." So she sat and wept and cried with all her might over the misfortune which lay before her. The people upstairs waited for the drink, but Clever Alice did not come. At last her mother said to the maid, "Go down into the cellar and see why Clever Alice is staying so long." The maid went and found her sitting before the casket, crying bitterly. "Alice, what are you crying about?" she asked. "Alas," she said, "I have not reason to weep. If I marry Hans and we have a child and he grows up and has to draw beer here, perhaps that pickaxe will fall on his head and hurt him." Then the maid said, "What a clever Alice we have." And she too sat down by Alice and began to weep over this misfortune. After a while, when the maid did not come back, the people upset were getting very thirsty. The husband said to the boy, "Go down to the cellar and see what has become of Alice and the maid." The boy went down, and there sat Alice and the maid weeping together. So he said, "What are you crying for?" "Alas," said Alice, "have I not reason to cry? If I marry Hans and we have a child, and he grows up and he has to draw beer here, that pickaxe will fall on his head and unalive him." Then the boy said, "What a clever Alice we have!" And he sat down and began to howl lustily. Upstairs they waited for the boy. He did not come. The husband said, "Go down to the cellar, wife, and see why Alice does not come back." The wife went downstairs and found three in the midst of their lamentations. She asked the reason, and Alice told her also how her future child, when he grew up and was sent to draw beer, would then be unalived by the pickaxe which would fall down. Then the mother likewise exclaimed, "What a clever Alice we have!" and sat down to cry with them. The husband waited but a short time. At last, as his wife did not return and his thirst grew greater, he said, "I must go down in the cellar myself and see what has become of Alice." But when he entered the cellar and found them all sitting together crying, and heard that reason, how Alice's child was the cause of all this, because she might possibly have a child who might be unalived by a pickaxe if he should happen to be sitting beneath it drawing a beer just at the moment when the pickaxe fell down, then he too said, "What a clever Alice we have," and sat down and wept with them. The bridegroom waited upstairs alone for a long time. Then, as nobody came upstairs, he said, "They must be waiting downstairs for me. I will go down and see what they're about." When he got downstairs, and there sat all five, weeping and lamenting in a heart-wrenching way, each a little louder than the other. "What misfortune could have possibly happened?" he asked. "Alas, dear Hans," said Alice, "if we marry and have a child and he grows up and we happen to send him into the cellar here to draw a beer, then that pickaxe which has been hanging up there might unalive him if it falls upon his head. Have we not reason to weep?" "Well," said Hans, "more cleverness than that is not needed to keep house for me, and as you're such a clever Alice, I will have you for my wife." So he took her by the hand and led her upstairs with him and married her. When they had been married some times, Hans said, "Wife, I'm going out to work and earn some money for us. Do you go into the field and cut the corn so that we may have some bread?" "Yes, my dear Hans, I will do so." After Hans went away, Alice cooked some nice broth for herself and took it to the field with her. When she got there, she said to herself, "Now, which shall I do? Shall I reap first or eat first? I will eat first." So she emptied her bowl of broth, and when she had satisfied herself again, she asked another question. "Now, what should I do? Shall I reap first or sleep first?" "I will sleep first." Then she lay down in the corn and fell asleep. Meanwhile, Hans had been home for some time, but Alice did not come. "What a clever Alice she is," said he. "She is so industrious that she does not even come home to eat." But as she still did not come home, Hans went out to see how much she had reaped, but nothing was cut, and there lay Alice fast asleep in the corn. Hans hurried home and brought back a fowler's net with little bells on it. This he hung about her, and she still did not wake. Then he ran home and shut the house door and sat down to work. At last, when it was quite dark, clever Alice woke. When she stood up, the net fell rattling about her, and the bells jingled at every step she took. This frightened her and made her wonder whether she was really clever Alice or not. And she said to herself, "Is it I, or is it not?" But she did not know how to answer, and she stood for a long time in doubt. At last she thought, "I will go home and ask if it is I, or if it is not I. They will sure to know." She ran to the door of her house, but it was locked. Then when she knocked on the window and cried, "Hans, is Alice at home?" "Yes," answered Hans, "she is at home." Then she was frightened and cried, "Alas, then it is not I." And she ran to the next door. But when people heard her jingling bells, they would not open for her, so she could not get in anywhere. So she ran away out of the village, and no one has ever seen her since. There was once a queen who had a son so ugly and misshapen that it was a question for a long time whether he was a human creature or not. A fairy who was present at his birth declared that he would be none the less admirable for his ugliness, because he would have uncommon intelligence and wit. She added that he would have the power, by virtue of a gift which she had just bestowed upon him, to give the same talents which he had possessed to the person whom he should love best. All this was some comfort to the poor queen, who was in great distress at having such an unsightly child. As soon as the child began to talk, he said 1,000 pretty things, and in everything he did, he was so unusually clever that everyone was delighted with him. I forgot to tell you that he was born with a little tuft of hair on top of his head, and on this account they called him Riquet with the tuft, for Riquet was the family name. What, 7 or 8 years after the queen of a neighboring kingdom had twin daughters, the firstborn was more beautiful than the day. The queen was so very happy over this that it was feared that such excessive joy would do her harm. The same fairy who had been present at the birth of little Riquet with the tuft was here too, and to moderate the queen's joy, she told her that this little princess should have no sense at all, but should be just as stupid as she was pretty. This mortified the queen very much, but soon she had still a greater sorrow, for the second daughter was extremely ugly. "Do not afflict yourself so much, madam," said the fairy. "Your daughter shall have made up to her in other ways. She shall have so much intelligence and wit that her want of beauty will hardly be noticed." "God grant it be so," replied the queen. "But is there no way to make the elder, who is ever so pretty, have a little sense?" "I can do nothing for her in the matter of sense," said the fairy, "but everything in the matter of beauty. As there is nothing I would not do for your satisfaction, I will bestow on her as a gift, the power to make handsome the person whom she likes best." As the two princesses grew older, their perfections grew with them. Everywhere people talked of the beauty of the elder and the wit of the younger. It is true that their deficits increased considerably with their years, their defects. The younger grew visibly uglier, and the elder became more stupid every day. That cracks me up. Either she made no reply to what was asked her, or she said something very silly. She was besides so clumsy that she could not place 4 pieces of china on the mantelpiece without breaking one, nor drink a glass of water without spilling half of it on her clothes. Although beauty is a great advantage to a young girl, in society the younger sister was almost always preferred to the elder. People would go first to the more beautiful to see and admire her, but they very soon left her for the more clever sister to enjoy listening to her pleasant conversations. And it was amazing to see how in less than a quarter of an hour the elder was without any person near her, while the whole company was crowding about the younger. The elder was dull as she was, noticed this very plainly, and would have given, without a moment of regret, all her beauty to have half the wit of her sister. The queen, for all her good sense, could not help reproaching her often for her stupidity. This made the princess ready to die one day when she had withdrawn to the woods near by to lament her misfortune. She saw coming towards her an ugly little man, very unpleasant to look at, but most magnificently dressed. It was the young prince, Riquet, with the Tuft, who had fallen in love with her from her portraits, which were scattered everywhere, and had now left his father's kingdom to have the pleasure of seeing her and talking with her. He was as charming. Finding her thus alone, and addressed her with all imaginable respect and politeness. Having observed, after he had paid her all the usual compliments, that she seemed rather melancholy, he said to her, "I cannot understand, madam, how a person so beautiful as you are can be so sorrowful as you appear to be. For although I cannot boast of having seen a great number of beautiful ladies, I declare to you I have never seen anyone whose beauty approaches yours." "You are very kind to say so, sir," answered the princess, and here she stopped. "Beauty," replied Riquet with the Tuft, "is so great an advantage that it ought to make up for all else, and when anyone possesses it, I do not see there is anything that can afflict her much." I would much rather," said the princess, "be as ugly as you are and have sense than have beauty which I possess, and to be as stupid as I am." "There is nothing, madam, which shows more plainly that we have sense than to believe we have none. That is the nature of the gift, that more people have it, the more they believe they lack it." "I don't know how that may be," said the princess, "but I know very well that I'm extremely stupid, and that is the cause of my grief." "If that is all that troubles you, madam, I can easily put an end to your sorrow." "And how will you do that?" said the princess. "I have the power, madam," said Riquet with the Tuft, "of giving to the person whom it is my fortune to love the best as much wit as is possible to have, and as you, madam, are the person, it will only depend on yourself if you have as much wit as any one can have, provided only you are pleased to marry me." The princess was much confused and did not speak a word. "I see," continued Riquet with the Tuft, "that this proposal disturbs you, and I do not wonder at it, but I will give you a whole year in which to make up your mind about it." The princess had so little sense, and at the same time so great a desire to have some, that she imagined that at the end of the year would never come. So she accepted the proposal which was made to her. She had no sooner promised Riquet with the Tuft that she would marry him in a year from that day than she realized a great change in herself. She found herself saying with incredible ease whatever she wished to say, and saying it too in cleverly, fluently, and in a natural manner. She began at that moment a brilliant conversation with Riquet with the Tuft, which she sustained with such ease that Riquet with the Tuft began to think he had given her more wit than he had reserved for himself. When she returned to the palace, the court did not know what to think of so sudden and extraordinarily a change, for now she said as many sensible and extremely clever things as before she had said stupidly and silly ones. The whole court was delighted beyond measure over it. The younger sister was the only one who did not share the general happiness, for having no longer any advantage over her sister in the line of wit and sense, she appeared beside her a homely, disagreeable girl. The king himself was now guided by the advice of the older sister, and sometimes would even hold a meeting of the council in her apartments. As the report of this change spread everywhere, the young princes of all the neighboring kingdoms made effort to gain her favor, and most all of them asked for her hand in marriage. But she did not find anyone who had enough wit to satisfy her. So she heard them all out without binding herself to any one of them. However, there came one so powerful, so wealthy, and so handsome that she could help not feeling a great liking for him. When her father saw this, she told her that he was leaving her to her own mistress in the matter of choosing a husband, and that she only had to express her wishes. She was so sensible that she knew so serious a matter deserved her careful consideration. So she thanked her father and asked him to give her some time to think it over. She went by chance to walk in the same woods where she had met Riquet, with the Tuft, to deliberate on what she should do. While she was walking in deep reflection, she heard a dull noise under her feet, as of a great many people running busily to and fro. Listening more attentively, she heard one say, "Bring me the saucepan," another say, "Give me that kettle," and a third, "Put some wood on the fire." At that moment the ground opened, and she saw under her feet a great kitchen full of cooks, scullions, and all sorts of servants and people necessary to prepare a magnificent feast. There came forward a company of 20, 30 cooks, larding needles in their hands and foxtails in their caps, who took their places in one avenue of the woods about a very long table and went to work busily, keeping time with a tuneful song. The princess, in astonishment at the sight, asked them who they were working for. "For the Prince Riquet with the Tuft, madam, whose wedding takes place tomorrow," replied the show. The princess, more surprised than ever, remembered all at once the day 12th on which she had promised to marry Prince Riquet. At the thought she was ready to sink into the ground. What made her forget was that when she made the promise she was very silly, and when she took the new sense that the prince bestowed on her, she forgot all that she had done in the days of her stupidity. She walked on, but not taking 30 steps before Riquet with the Tuft presented himself before her, magnificently attired, like a man who is going to get married. "You see, madam," he said, "that I am exact in keeping my word, and I do not doubt that you are coming to fulfill yours, and to make me, by giving me your hand, the happiest man in the world." "I will confess frankly to you," replied the princess, "that I have not yet made up my mind in this matter, and that I will not believe that I shall ever be able to consent to what you desire." "You astonish me, madam," said Riquet with the Tuft. "That I can well believe," said the princess, "and assuredly, if I had to do with a clown or a man of no sense, I should find myself very much at a loss. A princess always keeps her word," he would say to me, "and you must marry me since you have promised to do so. But as to whom I speak is the man of all others in the world who has the most sense. I am sure he will hear reason. You know that when I was only a fool, I could hardly make up my mind to marry you. Now that I have had the sense which you gave me, which makes it much harder to please, how can you expect me to come to a decision today, which I could not agree to before? If you thought seriously of marrying me, you made a great mistake in removing my stupidity and making me see things more plainly than I did before. If a man without wit or sense, replied Riquet, would be justified in reproaching you for breaking your word, why do you wish, madam, that I should not make use of the same right in a matter where happiness of my whole life is at stake? Is it reasonable that a person of wit and sense should be worse off than those who have none? You can pretend this, you who are so wise and who wish to be so much. But come to the point, if you please. Except for my ugliness, is there anything in me which displeases you? Do you object to my birth, my sense, my temper, or manners? Not at all, said the princess. I like you, all that you have mentioned. If that is the case, said Riquet with the Tuft, I shall soon be happy for you to have the power to make me an honest, handsome of man. How can that be? Asked the princess. It can be done, replied Riquet with the Tuft, if you love me enough to desire that it should be, and in order that you may have no doubt about it, know that the same fairy who at my birth bestowed on me the power to make clever the person I love best has given you the power of making as handsome as you please him whom you love the best and for whom you desire this favor. If that be the case, said the princess, I wish it with all my heart that you may be the comeliest and handsomest prince in the world, and I bestow on you the gift, and as so far as I am able. The princess had no sooner announced these words than Riquet with the Tuft seemed to her eyes the comeliness, handsomest, most pleasing man she had ever seen. Some people say that it was not the fairy's charm, but love alone, which made this great change. They declared that the princess, when she reflected upon the perseverance of her lover, upon his discretion, and all with the good qualities of his heart and mind, saw no longer the deformities of his body, nor the ugliness of his face, that his hump seemed no more than a grand air of a man who puts on a look of importance, that where before she had noticed that he had limped badly, now she found it nothing more than a careless grace of carriage which charmed her. They tell, too, how his eyes, which were squinting, appeared to her to be on that account the more brilliant, while their irregularity passed in her judgment as the mark of warmth of his love, and finally that his great red nose gave her opinion a marital, heroic air of his appearance. However that may be, the princess promised immediately to marry him, provided he obtained the consent of the king her father. The king knew that his daughter had high esteem for Riquet with the Tuft, and was well informed too as to the cleverness and prudence of the prince. So he received him gladly as his son-in-law, and the next day their wedding was celebrated as Riquet with the Tuft had foreseen, and according to the orders which he had been given long ago. Snowdrop. Once upon a time, in the middle of winter, when the snowflakes were falling like feathers from the sky, a queen sat sewing at a window frame in the black ebony, And as she sat sewing and looked out upon the snow, she pricked her finger with the needle, and 3 drops of blood fell in the snow outside. Because the red looked so beautiful on the white snow, she thought to herself, how I should like to have a child as white as snow, as red as blood, and as black as the wood of this ebony frame. Very soon after this, she had a little daughter whose hair was black as ebony, whose cheeks were as red as the blood, while her skin was white as snow, and they called her Snowdrop. But not long after her birth, the queen died. When Snowdrop was a year old, the king took another wife. Oh, she was a beautiful woman, but so proud and haughty that she could not bear to have anyone surpass her in beauty. She had a magic mirror, and when she stood before it, gazing at herself, she would say, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all?" And the mirror would reply, "Queen, queen, queen, so beautiful and tall, thou art the fairest of them all." Then she was content, for she knew the mirror always spoke the truth. But Snowdrop was growing prettier and prettier every day, and when she was 7 years old, she was so beautiful that she was even fairer than the queen herself. One day, when the queen asked the mirror the usual question, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all?" it answered, "Lady Queen, thou art the fairest here, but Snowdrop is the fairest far, it is clear." Then the queen was terrified and turned every shade of green in her jealousy. From that hour on, she hated Snowdrop so bitterly that she was thrown into a secret passion every time she saw her, and every day envy and pride grew up so swiftly like a weed in her heart, till she had no rest day or night. At last she sent for the huntsman and said to him, "Take the child out into the woods and never let me see her again. You are to unalive her and bring me her heart as a token that you have done it." The huntsman obeyed and took Snowdrop into the woods, but when he drew out his hunting knife, she began to weep and said, "Oh, dear huntsman, spare my life. I will run away into the wild forest and never come home again." And because she was so beautiful, the huntsman took pity on her and said, "Well, run away, poor child. The wild beasts will soon devour you." But yet it seemed as if a stone had been rolled from his heart, because he did not have to unalive her. As a young boar came running by just then, he stopped it and took the heart to the queen as proof that Snowdrop was unalive. The wicked woman had it cooked in salt and ate it, thinking she had made the end of Snowdrop. But when the poor child found herself all alone in the great forest, even the trees and their great leaves seemed terrible to her, and she was so frightened that she did not know what to do. She began to run and ran over sharp stones and through the bramble, and the wild beast ran past her, but they did her no harm. She ran as far as her feet would carry her till it was nearly evening. Then she saw a little house and went in it to rest. Everything in the house was very small, but cleaner and neater than anything you can think of. The small table was covered with a white cloth and stood ready with 7 little plates, and by each plate there were a spoon, a knife, and a fork, and a cup. Against the walls stood 7 little beds, and side by side, covered with snow-white counterpanes. Snowdrop was so hungry and thirsty that she ate a bit of bread and a little stew from each plate, and drank a drop of wine out of each cup for she did not wish to take all from one portion. Then, feeling very tired, she lay down on the little bed, but it was not comfortable. She tried them all, but it turned out one was no longer than the other, till she came to the seventh, which was just right. So she laid upon it, said her prayers, and fell asleep. When it was quite dark, the masters of the little house came home. There were 7 little dwarfs who dug and delved in the mountains for ore. They lighted their 7 lamps, and as soon as the room was full of light, they saw that someone had been here, for all was not in the same order in which they had left it. The first one said, "Who has been sitting on my chair?" The second one said, "Who's been eating off my plate?" And the third one said, "Who's been tasting my stew?" And the fifth one said, "Who's been using my fork?" The sixth one said, "Who's been cutting with my knife?" And the seventh said, "Who's been drinking out of my cup?" And the first dwarf looked around and saw a little hollow in his bed, and he asked, "Who's been laying in my bed?" The others came running up and examined, "And mine, and mine." But the seventh, when he came to his bed, saw Snowdrop laying there fast asleep, and he called the others, who cried out in astonishment and held up their little lamps to see better when they found Snowdrop sleeping there. "Heavens!" they cried, "what a beautiful child!" and were so pleased that they did not wake her, but let her sleep upon the little bed. The 7 dwarfs slept with his companions, 1 hour in each bed, so got through the night. When Snowdrop awoke the next morning and saw the 7 dwarfs, she was frightened but friendly, and asked her name so kindly that she took courage and answered, "I am called Snowdrop." "How come you to our house?" they asked. Then she told them how her stepmother had wanted her unalive, how the woodsman had spared her life, and how she had run all day until she had found their little house. The dwarfs talked a little together, and then they said, "You will stay and keep house for us, cook, make the beds, wash, sew, and knit. If you will, then you shall stay with us and want for nothing." "Oh, I shall love that," said Snowdrop. So she stayed with them and kept the house in order. Every morning the dwarfs went out into the mountains to dig for gold, and in the evenings when they came back, Snowdrop had their supper ready. But during the day she was left all alone, and the good dwarfs warned her, saying, "Beware of your stepmother. She will soon find out that you are here. Whatever you do, don't let anyone in the house." Now the queen, believing that she had eaten Snowdrop's heart, had no doubt that she was again the most beautiful woman in the world. So she stepped before her mirror one day and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all?" The mirror replied, "Lady Queen, thou art the fairest here, but Snowdrop up in the mountains near, who lives with the 7 dwarfs, all odd and weird, 1,000 times fairer doth appear." Then she was startled and angry, for she knew the mirror always spoke the truth, and she saw the huntsman must have deceived her, and that Snowdrop was alive. Once more she pondered day and night how she might destroy Snowdrop, for as long as she was herself was not the fairest in all the land, her jealous heart gave her no peace. At last she changed her face and dressed herself like an old peddler woman, and was so changed that no one would have known her. In this disguise she went over the hills to the home of the 7 dwarfs. There she knocked at the door, calling out, "Fine wares to sell, fine wares to sell." Snowdrop peeped out of the window and said, "Good day, my good woman, what have you to sell?" Good wares, fine wares, she answered. Bottom laces of all colors. And she pulled out one that was woven in such a happy silk. Surely I must let this honest woman in, thought Snowdrop. So she unbarred the door and bought the pretty lace. Child, child, said the old woman, what a figure you have. Come, let me lace you properly. For once, Snowdrop had no suspicion, but stood before the woman and let her lace her with her new lace. But the woman laced her so quickly and so tightly that it took Snowdrop's breath away, and she fell down unalived. Now, you're no longer the fairest, said the queen, and she hurried away. Not long after, towards the evening, the 7 dwarfs came home and were terribly frightened to see their unalived little Snowdrop lying on the floor, still and motionless, as if she were unalive. They lifted her up, and when they saw how tightly she was laced, they cut the laces in two, and then she began to breathe a little and gradually came back to life. When the dwarfs heard what had happened, they said, that old peddler woman was none other but the wicked queen. Snowdrop, you must take care and let no one in when we are not home. The wicked queen went straight to her mirror the moment she got home and said, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all? The mirror answered as before, Lady Queen, thou art the fairest here, but Snowdrop up in the mountains near, who lives with the 7 dwarfs, odd and weird, 1,000 times fairer doth appear. When she heard this, she turned pale with fright and anger, for she knew that Snowdrop must have come back to life again. I will think of some way to make the end of her once and for all, she said to herself. By means of witchcraft, in which she was skilled, she prepared a poison comb, and then took the form of another old woman. She went over the hills till she came to the house of the 7 dwarfs, and knocking on the door, she called, Wares, fine wares to sell. Snowdrop looked out the window and said, Go away, I'm not to let anyone in. But surely you'll allow to look out, said the old woman, and held up the poison comb for her to see. The child was so pleased with it that she let herself be beguiled and opened the door, and they had settled their bargain. The old woman said, Now I will comb your hair properly for once. Poor little Snowdrop had no thought of evil and let the woman do as she pleased, but hardly had she put the comb in the child's hair when the poison took effect and she fell down unconscious. Well, my beauty, you're really done for now, said the wicked woman, and went away. Fortunately, it was near evening when the 7 dwarfs came home. When they saw Snowdrop lying on the floor as if she were unalive, they once again suspected the stepmother had been there. So they searched until they found the poison comb, and as soon as they had drawn it out, Snowdrop came to herself and told them what had happened. Again they warned her to be on her guard and not to open the door. As soon as the queen got home, she once again went to her mirror and said, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all? But the mirror replied like before, Lady Queen, thou art the fairest here, but Snowdrop up in the mountains near, who lives with the 7 dwarfs, odd and weird, 1,000 times fairer does appear. When she heard those words, she actually trembled and shook with rage. Then she went into a secret room which no one but herself had ever entered, and there she prepared a poison apple. Outwardly, it looked very pretty, with such rosy cheeks that everyone who saw it would long to eat it, but only one who ate a piece of it was sure to be unalived. When the apple was ready, she stained her face and dressed herself as a peasant woman and went over the hills to the home of the 7 dwarfs. But she knocked on the door as usual, but Snowdrop put on it and said, window and said, I am not to let anyone in. The 7 dwarfs had forbidden me. It's all the same to me. I shall soon get rid of my apples. There, I will give you one. No, said Snowdrop, I am not to take anything. Are you afraid of poison? Said the woman. See, I'll cut the apple in two. You eat the red cheek, I'll eat the white. The apple was so cunningly made that only the red side was poisoned. Snowdrop longed to eat the fine apple. When she saw that the peasant woman was eating it herself, she could not resist, but stretched out her hand and took the poisoned half. But hardly had she touched the first bite to her lips before she fell down dead. Then the cruel queen looked down at her with fiendish delight and laughed aloud, crying, as white as snow, as red as blood, as black as ebony, this time the dwarfs cannot wake you. When she got home, she asked the mirror, Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all? It answered at last, Queen so beautiful and tall, thou art the fairest of them all. Then her jealous heart was at rest, at last, as far as a jealous heart can ever be at rest. When the dwarfs came home the evening, they found Snowdrop lying on the floor and neither breathed nor moved. They lifted her up and looked to see if they could find anything poisonous. They unlaced her bodice, washed her with water and wine, but all in vain. The child was all unalived and remained unalived. They laid her on a bier, and the 7 dwarfs seated themselves around her and wept for her and mourned for 3 days. They were going to bury her, but she looked so fresh and lifelike that they had such pretty color in her cheeks that they said, we cannot lay her away in the dark ground. So they had a transparent coffin made of glass, and they laid her in it and wrote on the lid the letters of her name in gold, and that she was a king's daughter. They put the coffin on top of the mountain, and one of the dwarfs always stayed by it and kept watch over it. The birds came too and mourned for Snowdrop. First a little owl, then a raven, and last of all, the white dove. Snowdrop lay a long, long time in the coffin unchanged, looking as if she were asleep, for she was still as white as snow, as red as blood, and her hair as black as ebony. Now, it happened that one day the king's son came into the woods and went to the dwarf's house to spend the night. He saw the coffin on the mountain with the beautiful Snowdrop laying in it, and when he had read what was written on the lid in letters of gold, he said to the dwarfs, let me have the coffin. I will give you whatever you like for it. But the dwarf said, no, we would not part with it for all the gold in the world. But he replied, then give it to me as a gift, for I cannot live without Snowdrop to gaze upon. I will honor and prize it as my dearest possession. When he spoke in this way, the good dwarfs took pity on him and gave him the coffin, and the prince had his servants bear it away on their shoulders. Now, it happened that one of them stumbled over a tree stump. This jolted the coffin so sharply that the poisoned piece of apple which Snowdrop had bitten fell out of her throat. Before long, she slowly opened her eyes, lifted the lid of the coffin, sat up alive once more. Oh dear, she cried, Where am I?" The prince answered joyfully, "You're with me." And he told her all about all that happened, saying as he finished the story, "I love you better than anyone in this world. Will you come with me and be to my father's palace and be my wife?" Snowdrop consented and went with him, and on their wedding was celebrated with great state of splendor. Now Snowdrop's wicked stepmother was one of those invited to the feast. When she had arrayed herself in beautiful clothes for the occasion, she went to the mirror and said, "Mirror, mirror on the wall, who's the fairest of us all?" The mirror answered, "Lady Queen, thou art the fairest here, but the young queen now at the palace near 1,000 times fairer doth appear." Then the wicked woman uttered a curse and was so beside herself with anger and mortification that she did not know what to do. At first she resolved not to go to the wedding at all, but she felt she could have no peace till she had seen the young queen. When she went in and recognized Snowdrop and stood stock still with rage and fear, she knew she could not be again the most beautiful woman in the world, and her anger was so great that she fell unalive at the feast. And that is the true story of Snowdrop.